receiving your content. You are live. Oh, shoot, singing. Oh, cool. Hey, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night from wherever you're at. It's, oh man, what time is it? It's like 9:20 here in the great state of Texas. But yeah, we're gonna do a couple quick turns this morning with this CRJ. Run it till I get a We're gonna run it until we get a CTD or break it or something. So, well, I say break it, but not really break it, but try to at least. So we're here at Dallas Fort Worth. You guys have seen the outside, so let's go ahead and jump in. It is a little stormy out, but you know what? That's okay. So let's see. The trip today, we're gonna be running from Dallas Fort Worth to Baton Rouge, from Baton Rouge back to Dallas Fort Worth, then Dallas Fort Worth to Lubbock, and then back to Dallas Fort Worth. So not a full day, but pretty busy. And we're just gonna do this thing. This flight plans are already done. I've already done that. Um, this first trip is actually probably gonna consist of like I think what like 10 people. That's it. So I tried to fix my mic. I got working on trying to get another one. I'm still just trying to decide on which is the best route to go for me as far as what I want to do, and come up with the best solution to give you guys the highest quality audio possible within reason, without like a $4,000 freaking studio or something stupid. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and dig right into this thing. If you guys follow flight simming at all, you guys have probably heard of the release and all that fun stuff. And yes, there are some issues still. No game breakers though, or game changers, or whatever analogy you want to use. Um, just little small like aggravating issues. Like for me, this is petty, but that bothers me. It's like, I mean, come on, guys, seriously. I know there's something in aircraft CFG. I'm not. I don't dig into that much, but I know it's something simple. So they know about it. So hopefully they'll change that up pretty soon. Hopefully. Where are we going? Oh, Baton Rouge, KBTR. Yeah. All right. Cool. So I got my fourth flight up on my iPad somewhere. That was my iPad. Oh no. Well, I had my fourth flight up, and this airplane is not very. I mean, I guess you can call it user friendly, ergonomic, or whatever you want to say, but um, I'm sure some of you have the 737, and how the 737 will conveniently give you the frequencies for, your approaching for your runway or whatever. And this guy doesn't do that. At least not that I know. I think it auto tunes, but honestly, especially when you get, in the terminal area, I mean, you just 9 times out of 10 you're going off of vectors, and you know you ain't got time for that. So that's the reason why I try to keep something handy. Or I mean, if anything, air nav. If if times are hard, you ain't got no money, you ain't got no tablet. Just crank up air nav, go to airnav.com and airports tab and type in the airport, and there you go. So works the same thing. I use my tablet for my flying, so um, I have one. But let's see, go to maps. Man, I keep doing that. I don't know why I keep hitting the flight planner. So I think the winds are favoring 1/8s, 1/7s. So yeah, 1/8 left. We'll roll with that. Alright, what departure we're flying at this morning? Girl 6. Girl in the 6. Tango Yankee Romeo. Where's that? Uniform, India Mike. I have none of those, I don't think. So I guess we'll just be flying the departure straight. So we'll go ahead and execute that. Jump back to my flight plan page. You can enter waypoints or fixes two ways on this deal here. You can either enter them on the flight plan page, which is it's the easiest to me, but and then you just hit next and go via, if you're going via direct, so you'll just hit, let's say if you're going direct, you just type in, for instance, if you're going direct, Tango, 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 so you just go here and type in Tango, 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 and hit the line select key there, and it populates direct, Tango, Tango, Tango. Or if you're going via, let's say Jetways 72, so you'll type in Juliet 72, throw that in there, and then you'll do Juliet 72 to whatever intersection you're going to be going to. So for this, we'll be, wait a minute, so it's girl 6 to TTT. Let me, oh yeah, that's right, that's right, that's right, never mind. That's weird though, because see, girl 6 should take me all the way up to Gulf, Gulf. God, I hate Texas. Gulf, 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 but it doesn't. So what we'll do, I'm going to my legs page here. It might. No, it doesn't. It just stops at TTT. So what we'll do is we'll just manually throw them in there. We'll let's see. We'll do go here and then what? Rock. So we'll do direct rock. And don't think for a minute this crap doesn't happen in real life, because it does. You'll think, oh, I'm just gonna type in the departure and everything just magically. No, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. And if anybody says it does, you lie. At least the ones I was on, they're the universal FMS was pretty crappy, in my opinion. It's better than VOR to VOR, which sometimes you still did that, but um, it was a little more not as user friendly as some of the other ones. Let's see, so Gulf, Gulf, Gulf. Boop, boop, boop. Throw that in there. What? What? Cancel mod. Alright, so Gulf, Gulf, Gulf. Gregg County in Longview. And yeah, it's gonna be retarded. So you know what? Let's go. We'll cancel the modification and we'll just skip that and go to BDRY. And also, it could be an issue with not found. Alright, you know what? We'll just go direct AX. I know Alexandria should work. So AX or not. Wow. Okay. Let's see. Let's do. Nope. So there's no SID. Jump down here to the legs page. So rock. I see rock, and there's AX there. So, but it's just not populating on the flight plan page for some reason. But you know what? No worries. We'll adapt and overcome. So Tango, Tango, Tango. Let's see. Claire. And I'm going to put that above rock. So we'll do that right there. Execute. Next, around that room. There's rock. So we'll fill in this discontinuity right there. Bam. So we got rock. We'll try Gregg County one more time. So Gregg County. There we go. Now it works. For some reason, it's not letting us populate it here. Even though it's showing up there fine now, but whatever. Whatever. We'll just chalk that up to the game. So, GGG. Okay, top of descent, AX. Alright, so, now in theory, now this should work. If not, then we got a bug. So what we'll do, we're going to do Victor 114. Victor 114 to LSU. Go Tigers. I'm not a Tiger fan, but I just had to say it because LSU for those college fans out there. But let's see. Sorry about that. To make sure I'm not dropping frames or anything or nothing weird in my stream. So execute. And then, yeah, it's going to be direct. So at that point, we'll probably be expecting vectors or something to get us lined up for 2-2 right in Baton Rouge. So go 2-2 right. And there is an ILS there. And apparently LSU to be the transition. So that's cool. That means technically we could just fly that, but we're probably not. We're probably going to break off and kind of do our own thing because it's one of the perks of flight simming. So for the most part, everything is pretty much in there for what we need. We gotta do a procedure term. Blech. Blech. Nobody wants to do a procedure term. They're not bad. They're not bad when the FMS is flying them. I'll put you like that. So, all right, wait. So I like to be somewhat realistic on this, somewhat. So let's see, professional flight planner X gave us a passenger count of 10. So we got 10 souls on board. Bam. How many bags? Shouldn't be too much bags. Shouldn't be too much bags. Shouldn't be too much baggage. So what we're looking at? 240 pounds of bags. That's it for 10 people. That's about right. Especially we got some carry-on and stuff like that. So all right. I can see that. So we'll bring it out, dude. We're gonna be light as crap. We're gonna be super light. And for those of you I missed in the U.S. And you're unable to get, normally I try to stream in the morning because I don't know. I just like to get my flights in, and normally most of your flights are gonna, unless they're like outbound trips or something like that, they're gonna happen. All right, so why can't I just put 240 in there, or is it just me? It might be just me. Just zero that out. Plus, plus. There we go. All right, cool. That works. All right, so we're carrying 988 pounds of cargo. Oh shoot, we're back up to 1,000, aren't we? So bam, bam, bam. It's about 1,100 pounds, give or take, plus or minus a pound or two. And we'll add, yeah, that's about right. Nah, we'll add one for the homies, so we'll do, bam, extra 100 pounds there for the homies, so we're good there. Let's go ahead and bring our fuel to a more realistic figure. Flight plan calls for 400, 4,000, yeah, 400 pounds. 4,520 pounds, so we'll put 4,520 pounds. And most of your aircraft nowadays, see, back in the day, this area here would be occupied by like your departure plate or your arrival plate. But nowadays you got probably got a little tablet, or actually most of them are, they remove all this and then they got a little RAM mount or something like that for your for your iPad or AFB, whatever they decide to use for that particular company. And they're not really, I mean, they're using plates, but they're electronic, so which is awesome. But amazing much how much has changed since my little time being in the game. So for the most part, flight plan looks good. Uses handy dandy set payload and fuel. I don't know if you guys noticed a little movement there. We're definitely lightening up a lot. So it's kind of expected, and I think this thing wants us at 41,000. Yep, 41,000. How far is it? It's not far, I don't think. Yeah, it's called for 41,000 because we're super light, and yeah. Which is nice, because I will say there are some storms out, and if we can get up to 41 grand and skip over a couple of CBs, I'm all for that. Let me throw in this one figure real quick if while I got it. 350 So what? Wait a minute. Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. Still early. Me that need a sip of coffee. Mm mm. Mm 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 mm. All right. Oh, by the way, guys, if my antics please you, and you guys want to buy me a cup of coffee, that's awesome. The little support the cause link down there, youtube.streamlabs.com. Just click on that, and if you feel like buying me a cup of coffee or paying me not to stream anymore or something like that, be you know not needed. It's really not, because I mean I'll do this. I'll be doing this anyway, so you know what? Might as well stream it. You know what I mean? So last little kind of walk around there, make sure we ain't got nothing leaking. Nothing leaking. Won't have any illegals trying to stow away in the baggage bin. Looks good there. All right, cool. No animals in the bin or anything like that. No hobos or nothing like that, so we should be good. All right. V speed set takeoff. Cool. And yeah, should be good. Now I would have liked to see. Normally, does that come up? Now what I was wondering is, when the batteries are on, normally we should just get the the captain side compound come on, but I didn't get a chance to look at that. But oh well. All right, we're looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. So I guess we're getting bored. I'm like super late, but oh well. I planned on being wheels up a little earlier, but you know, it's good. Request boarding. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, y'all. I can't help but look at that. Fix, please, Aerosoft, fix that. Please. Please send a hot fix. They'll fix that. I know it's just like a couple of minutes in the CFG. If not, feel free to comment and say, Stalker, you're an idiot. It's not more than it's more than 5 minutes, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty close. But they may just be packaging everything up and sending. I know they've been sending quite a few hot fixes, but those hot fixes I think they're pretty important. All right, so while they're bored, let's go ahead and fire up this APU. So to fire up the APU is pretty simple. You just beep, beep, and in theory, barring no unforeseens, it should start. Should start. Start. Door is open, and when it says door open, that means this little hatch right here. It's like it pops open, and then the exhaust goes out the back. I'll do a sound effect one more time. Right at the back. So yeah, I probably was a little quick on the button press, which I think I am. But yeah, basically you just turn on the power, which the power, in lack of a better term, powers up the unit, opens up the door, and then you hit start there, and then you'll get that. So future reference, press that button, give it a few seconds, and hit start. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'll leave probes off for now. I didn't even pay attention. Is that even done? Okay. All right. So it's loading up now. So good. Yeah, I'm not too. I'll have to play with GSX a little bit. That's cool. So we only got like what 240 pounds of bag. So he only gave us one little cart there. That's cool. So I mean, shoot, we're about good then. So since the gate is not even lined up to the door, we can go. I'm gonna go ahead and close the gate because yeah, close the main door and pull that gate and close the forward bin, and I'm going to close the aft bin. And got seatbelt signs already on. We're ready to go. So beacon on. Go ahead and turn packs on. Turn off ground power since we already had the APU bus connected. Normally, I think it's normal position auto. I don't have any experience in the CRJ, so I can't comment. Thank God. But I mean, no, I was kidding. But yeah, I don't have any experience with CRJ or this particular equipment. I don't know. This airplane has a lot of character. I mean, not just Aerosoft in general, but the airplane in general has a lot of character. I've jumped seat on several of them, and yeah, they just got a lot of character. But yeah, so looks like we're ready to go. Oh, I gotta jump out one more time, make sure all the equipment is removed. And let's see, we'll go ahead and okay. Wheel blocks are off. Make sure parking brake is up. And go ahead and disconnect the ground power. I would prefer the GPU be silent, since most GPUs are coming off the AC power and the connected to the gate, or even the outstations. They'll have like the GPU that's plugged into this with a ginormously long cord, and it just plugs into the AC power at the airport, and they just drag it out with the cable. I think I've seen maybe one gas powered GPU because everybody's going green and blah 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 blah, and yeah. So that's really the only little, I guess, little nitpicking thing I can say. So, alright. Normally we'll call ground and blah blah blah, we're at stand or gate, blah blah blah, but we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna find out where in the heck we're pointing. Alright, so alright, cool. And so be to the left. Alright, cool. Prepare for pushback to the left. No. And beacon on, boost pumps on, hydraulics to auto, emergency lights on, armed, and I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anything else. No, I think we're good. So also, before I forget, which I probably was gonna forget. Yeah, 41,000 feet, we're good there. Verify all that's good there. Alright, that's good. Make sure our legs are populated with altitudes. Yep, that's good. I don't honestly don't think we're gonna make it to 41,000, but be wrong. Alright, so parking brake release, same recruit push. And I love this. This beats the heck out of most turbo. Well, I guess I'll say the Saab. This beats the heck out of the Saab. So yeah, you just press this guy, boop, and wait for this guy to say 20% ish. I don't know the spool up time of these engines. I've heard they're fairly quick. They're fairly quick to me, but they do spool up pretty quick. Looks like she's lighting up, doing her thing. ITTs look good. The N2 looks phenomenal. Alright, so we'll make sure we're clear on the left. I even clear the right, be alright though. Clear on the left, then we'll go ahead and start left engine. Left engine's doing its thing. Getting all that airflow blowing through there before we give her gas. Alright, looks like she's blowing enough, so we'll go ahead and bring in some fuel and begin the combustion process. The process of combustion. Alrighty, parking brake set. And look at there. Number one's lit already, so we'll go ahead and bring down our flaps. And I'm gonna call air traffic control just because, yeah. Where are we going? South. Beep. Alright. Oh shoot, I forgot that. That's on. Where's my winders? There we go. Alright, that's on. And alright, we gotta turn on all this stuff here. My mott trim. Oh, we gotta turn on the channels first. And then the mott trim should be on. Alright, y'all, damper 1, y'all, damper 2's on. Watch it while it does this little test. And Mr. APE, we don't need you anymore, so you can go away, and then we'll close that door as well. Taxi light on. Let's see, what else? I'm sure I'm missing something, because I'm totally not following a checklist. Which, by the way, like I said on the last stream, if you do need a checklist, if that's your thing, let's see, here's your checklist there. You can do your clear to start check and all that fun stuff, and the probes and the rudders and the nose wheel steering and all that. You can do all that. So cool. Okay. All right. Looks like we're ready to taxi. So disengage the parking brake. Now I wonder if this thing will start rolling and a really low thrust. Since we're kind of light. Check the ground friction on this thing. Yeah, she's rolling and she's turning as well. She's rolling. I wonder if my nose wheel steering is all messed up again. I wonder. Yeah, for some reason it's turning the other way. For some strange and unknown reason. Let's see here. Or is it my ruddle? Ruddles. Yeah, it's your ruddles. It's called your ruddles. No, it's rudder. Sorry. Alright, let's try this thing one more time. Yeah, whoops, sorry guys. It was my ruddles. Yeah, rudder, sorry. Alright, let's go ahead and turn there. Go ahead and make a little UE. Believe it or not, this happens from time to time. Um, Either you get like a new ramper or something like that, and your first day or something, or they're training on the tug or something, and they push you back, and they push you back the completely opposite direction where you need to go. So when that happens, you just flip a UE and go on about your way. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Just jumped in. We are going to head to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and from there back to DFW and on to Lubbock, Texas. I'm gonna try to fly the wings off this thing. Try to. Which, I mean, like I said, just not nowhere near a full day, but you know. I know back when I was in the game, normally we would run, oh God bless it, like 8 legs a day. Um, the most I've done was like 8 legs a day, but the norm would be like 6 or 7 legs. And, um, the normally, you should have like a good hour to 30 minutes for turnaround time, but normally ends up being like 30 minutes, 20 minutes. So it just seems like an endless rush. Um, but that's regional life. I mean, it's you got to get the passengers to those hubs to get them out, catch their connecting flight, and that's what these airplanes were designed to do. They're simple, cheap to operate, very intuitive. As you saw, the engine processes. I mean, I could probably get my 7-year-old in there and, hey, this is how you start a CRJ. You could probably start one up. I mean, it's very. I mean, they're made for those quick turns, get them done. Let's go. Turn the plane around. Um, I mean, there are situations where you might not even have time to connect the ground power. You might just run off the APU. Drop the air stair, um, dump the passengers, flight attendant comes behind them, make sure nobody leaves any like tampons or anything weird in the seat. Straighten up the seat belts a little bit. Sometimes not even do that and reboard. That's it. You know what I mean? So, um, like I said, the lack of auto throttles and stuff like that. I mean, that's other than like the 170. I mean, very few regional airliners have the actually auto throttle. Honestly, I mean, most everything else is faded. Which, I mean, once you get the power settings right, I mean, like I said, ultimately, the airplane will only give the appropriate output that the pilot gives as far as input. So, I mean, once the power and the pitch is right, the speed will come. Pitch plus power equals performance. That's those principles are go all the way down to 172 and all the way up to 747 A380. The sizes are different, but the principles remain the same. So they say in the PTS, which I don't think is true personally. I think the A380 flies using magic, but that's just my personal opinion. I think they have a bunch of trolls in the cargo bay, and the trolls keep the A380 flying. No, I was just kidding. I mean, A3 is an awesome, phenomenal airplane. I see them come in from time to time here in DFW. Groundbreaking technology, the A380 is. Alright, landing lights on, taxi lights off. Area and American. Start light on. Yeah, I'm turning all this crap on, guys. Like normally. And I don't have the manual for this radar system or this style of radar or whatever, or the FCOM or anything like that. But normally, especially weather like this, where there could be some embedded CBs, I like to bring my gain up a wee bit, and I also like to bring my tilt up around 2 to 4 degrees up if I'm climbing, and then down, bring like a degree to 2 degrees down, depending. It varies from plane to plane, and different outfits teach different methods, but you know. All right, let's see. Set this doohickey here to 180 roughly. The only reason why I'm setting all this up is because it gets stupid busy. In this particular airplane, it's not like the 737. You just take off and hit your navs and your V navs and fly it for a little bit to make you feel good, and then you press the good old AP button, and all is well. Yeah, this guy's a wee different. Just a little bit. Oh, yeah, forgot you got to arm your thrust reversers as well. I mean, seriously, who does that? No, I was kidding. Just a little. So this airplane has a lot of character. Alright, try to get this thing lined up. And take off. Take off power set. Engine instruments and limits. Airspeed is alive. 80 knots. And V1, rotate. V2. Yeah, that does that. Pause right gear up. I noticed that as well. The GPWS on this airplane is a little sensitive. I know we're leaving your airspace. I don't know why I keep forgetting to turn that thing off. Let's see, start. A little behind on the flap schedule, but it's all good. Alright, bring these guys back to climb mode. And I'm going to make sure we're clear on the left. Turn left. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you this. I don't care. Normally, I say 90% of the time, air traffic control does a phenomenal job of ensuring aircraft spacing. But however, if you're in VMC and you can see outside, I don't care, what ADSB or whatever. If they give you a left turn, look out the window and kind of check to the left real quick, because you just never know. Especially metropolitan areas like Dallas or New York, or especially Dallas, because it's like as soon as you come out of Dallas, you're hitting the country, and so you got a lot of the small airports, and there are also a lot of training facilities in these locations, and um, who knows? Bubba may not have turned on his transponder, or his 1920 Piper or whatever. I say 20, but um, his avionics may not work, and he might not give a crap. Just little stuff like that. But or a drone. I mean, God bless it. Everybody's getting drones these days. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, they're awesome, but I mean, some people you don't trust in the car. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know. But normally you just do like a direct to, I think. Was it Clark? Was it Clark? Yes, Clark. Direct to Clark. And you just fly the flight director. And we are past. Let's see, bring her up to like 290. Climb at 290. Level up at AOA a little bit. And then if you're feeling froggy, you can give it to old give it to auto and let auto do its thing. And of course, I'm sure utilizing CRM, you'll have your first officer. What equipment did you fly? The Saab 340 A and B plus model. If you're in the United States, they used to be red. If that gives you an idea. Way back in the day. I say back in the day, what 6 years ago. Yep, flew those to about 2009, and phone call. Got to doing, got into corporate aviation and never looked back. Whew. So, like I said, I don't have firsthand experience in the CRJ, but God bless it. I know we ran the crap out of the 200 models, and even though I didn't fly them, I got tired of looking at them because that's all I had to jump seat on. But quite a few of my friends moved on to the 900 series, and I think I got a buddy of mine now. He is on the 737 dash, what is it, 900 for Alaska. He's on the 700 and 900 model, I think, something like that. And yeah, but I like my days off, and corporate's good enough for me. In case you're wondering, citation 2. Alright, so I'm sure, yeah, we're past our transition altitude, so let's make sure we got standard barometric pressure dialed in there. 2992. Remarks. Density altitude 4,005. Sorry. My ATIS voice. Or AWAS. Yes, the difference between the CRJ-200 and actually quite a few differences in the 900. One of the quirks to the 200 is the I mean, it's a great airplane. Um, Surprisingly, once you take off in the thing, it flies really well, very docile. But the 200 does not have leading edge slats, which you don't notice it until you're on in the terminal area. So like you're approaching final, um, the airplane tends to want to pitch down aggressively on Final Approach, and yeah, it's kind of interesting when, especially when you know most of your RJs, of course, are flown by individuals who come from 172s. They've been CFIing for a little bit, and they come from 172s and Pipers and stuff like that. So um, traveling at 130 some odd knots or 140 some odd knots with a 5 degree nose down attitude is a little unnerving. But doesn't have leading edge slats. Um, the pneumatics, I believe, are a little more automated on the 700 and 900 series. Um, so in essence, you press fewer buttons, and the engines, I believe the engines are the same model. I think the thrust rating might be different. And of course, the size. You're all right, Riggs. The size is way different. Um, it's like a Canadian MD-80 or something like that. I don't know. But let's see. It's about time. Yeah, yeah. CJ, you're right. It's been a long time coming on this guy. Um, I mean, I've been in the game. Let's see. I've been flight simming for over 10 years, and let's see, the Fokker. I don't even know if you guys probably remember the Fokker 100 and the 70 to 100 that they did years ago. But shortly after that, when they didn't produce the virtual cockpit, they promised all the purchasers of the Fokker. They're like, "Oh, we're working on this CRJ," and everybody's like, "Yeah, CRJ," and nothing ever came of it. And we're like, dude, seriously? I mean, they even posted. And I'm gonna go ahead and tell you guys, I think this model has some age to it. I don't think this model is. I mean, I'm sure they've updated it, of course. Not saying that, but I'm sure that model is probably over several years old. Because I remember they were showing some sneak peeks back then. So, of course they came there, spruced it up or whatever. But yeah, it's been a long time coming, and honestly, I thought it was clickbait when they started talking about the release. And because I mean, let's face it, guys, we've been desperately needing a regional jet for flight sim. And I don't know about you, but I get bloody tired taking off, pressing the button, waiting, waiting what 2 3 hours, land, and rinse and repeat. I mean that's great. If you're doing it for a living, like if you get paid to do that, that's awesome. It decreases the workload is great. But when you're doing this for fun, I mean, let's face it, guys. We got into flight sim because we like flying. So being able to have more hands-on, um, be involved a little more in the process, to me is, I mean, it just completely changes the game as far as flight simming is concerned. I think that's the reason why the DC-6 from PMDG got so much hype, because I mean we've been getting a lot of tube miners there lately. Not saying they're not great. I mean FS Labs and all that, and they're all great. It's just, oh my gosh. I mean, I'm sorry, I can only fly an Airbus so much. Just saying. I mean, it's a great airplane, but I mean, I can only fly the thing so much until it's like, okay, take off, press the AP button, or heck, fly to 10,000, press the AP button or whatever, and just kind of let it do its thing. Now, of course, when you add VATSIM and stuff like that, they kind of increase the factor, but I don't know. I mean, I just when I'm at my home, I really don't feel like talking to people on ATC. I'm just saying. Um, yeah, I am too. I mean, I love the quick turns, land and turn around. I mean, I love that. That's yeah, I loved it. I mean, I loved it when I was doing it real life. It's just, you know, I don't know. Maybe my attention span is not where it needs to be, but it's just, I don't know. I mean, I turn on my webcam sometimes and you just see me staring at the screen, drool coming out of my mouth, just like in a comatose state, watching the autopilot do the thing, take off, land, whatever. I don't know. But the next thing on my Christmas list, if Christmas list, yay. But now the next thing on my Christmas list, if we can get an Embraer, and I'm not talking about Fielder's Embraer, but if we can get an Embraer 135, 145, or something like that, heck, I'll take a 170. Eggs. Exactly, Riggs. Hey man, how's it going? Exactly, Riggs. My point exactly. I got a 2-year-old in the background running around screaming his head off. I'm trying to get my daily flight in, so I don't have 2, 3, 4, 5. Now that's great if you do. I mean, I've done the same thing. I've set up flight sim and took those 12, 13-hour runs in flight sim, praying that I didn't get a blue screen. But I mean, nowadays, I mean, if you listen to some of my streams, you'll hear him. He'll come in here and, you can't lock him out. I mean, I don't know if they teach that in preschool how to pick locks, but, they'll just come in and, yeah. So, I mean, you don't have time for the ridiculous long flights. So, give me a CRJ, give me an Embraer, heck, give me a bloody Saab, and I'm good with that. It's just, please, please, nobody come out with another tube. I know Aerosoft is gonna. Cool. Appreciate the sub, brother. I know Aerosoft is doing this A380, and that's great. I get it. We've needed an A3. Please, for the love of all that's good and holy, do not come out with another. We have them all. We have them all. Stop it. Stop. Just saying. Although I digress. It would be nice to get an updated MD11 from those guys who are familiar with flight sim and all the big players in flight sim. PMDG. I'm just saying. If we can get an update, I'm not even talking about systems. The systems are great. Okay, just kind of bake in the texture here into the VC and virtual cockpit, and I'm good. I'm good. Get it to 64-bit. Get it to P3D version 4. Toss in a couple of textures to make us happy, and we're good. You know, I mean, quit slamming everybody, because, we bring in a lot of new guys to Flight Sim, which is awesome. So they go, I'm about to dive into another rant, so I'm sorry, guys. And we're almost at 41,000 feet. Yay! All right, and my .74. Okay, cool. Now, wow, and my phone I didn't say okay, Google, shut up. Sorry, my phone. But this is the thing about energy management. Okay, so we're climbing here. We're climbing at Mach .74. So we're gonna get to 41,000 feet. Now, normally what happens is we get to 41,000 feet. The auto throttle will continue climb thrust until it gets somewhat close to the cruising speed. Then, through the miracle of magic and trolls and unicorns, it knows, well, hey, if I start working the throttle back now, that'll give me the smooth transition into my cruising speed, wherever that'll be. So, adjust the pitch and starts working the throttle back, and then when the airplane, I'm trying to think of a good word, the airplane settles out, I guess you can say. Um, given the power setting in certain atmospheric conditions, you can pretty much say, okay, if I have the engine set at 80% in one, that'll give me about Mach .74 or Mach .72. And I want to say the sweet spot for this airplane is about 80% in one, and that'll give you a pretty decent cruising speed. Now, I mean, unless you're trying to Does the CRJ cruise that high? The 700 and the 900 do. Good luck doing that in the 200. Um, oh, guys, I'm sorry. I was responding to the text message. But yes, the 700 does on a light load. Let me repeat that. On a light load, like I said, which you probably dived in a little later in the stream, but we only have 10 souls on board. So on a light load, and if the atmospheric conditions are conducive, it can do 41,000 feet and do it fairly well, as well as the 900. Basically, what happened, all the screw ups that Bombardier did when they did the CRJ, they got the engineers together like, hey guys, we screwed up in 200. Let's take all the fixes. Let's not worry about upgrading to 200. Let's just take all the fixes and just do it right on the 700, 900. So that's what they did. So all the the whoopsies, I guess you can say, on the 200, they fixed them on the 700. Yeah, don't try this on a 200. You'll kill yourself. I mean, they did it well 8 years ago, something like that. Yeah. That was just for two people. But I want to say, and I don't like I said, I don't know the numbers, guys. I want to say the 200 is capable of going that high. I don't know. If one of y'all could probably Google it up and see what 200 capabilities are. But the problem, and like I said, I don't know for sure, but from what I heard in the word around the stopover store, basically the cores off of 200's engines are a derivative of the A10. The A10, of course, mostly stays down low. But what happened, I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm not sure uh, why Bombardier chose that particular model engine. But so like I said, they may have changed it 700, 200, but the engine has a lot of issues up high on the 200. I'm not talking about the 700, I'm talking about the 200. The engine has some issues up high, and which is why you will never see a 200 up, up the side. You just won't. Yeah, you just won't see it. But the 700 and 900, like I said, you can, if everything's right, if you got good temperature up high, if your weights are good, yeah, she'll do it. So, which is, I mean, like I said, Aerosoft picked the perfect model to simulate. Because I'm gonna tell you, the 200, even in the sim, it's a great airplane. Like I said, once you get it flying, you get her in a sweet spot. I hear she flies like a bloody Cessna. But um, yeah, it was just been. Yeah, I'm so glad they they picked the seven over the nines to simulate. I don't know what to do. Oh yeah, on a good day, Riggs. On a good day, it's hard to get the 200 up that high. I mean, you work to get the 200 up that high. Matter of fact, I applaud you, Riggs, for getting it up that high because I mean, it's hard work, and I mean, I'm not going to say I'm bashing the 200 at all. You know, as a pilot, it's up to you to know the airplane's limitations and what it can and can't do. And based on those variables, you have to gauge your inputs at such. Once you give the airplane the proper inputs, it'll give you the output it wants. I mean, that's what the engineers, that's what the numbers say. But what will happen is you'll hear people, oh, like people talk about the Saab, oh, the Saab is crap, oh, it's dog poop and blah blah blah. No, it's just you as the pilot gave the airplane the incorrect inputs to get the output that you want. That's why they pay you the way they pay you. You don't just press a button. I'm pretty sure it's coming. I mean, well, it's kind of already here, but you know, but ultimately, especially in regional, I mean, regionals, you know, those guys make their money. You know, don't think for a second. I mean, of course, unless you know like a little fancy dancy 170, 175. I mean, I'm just kidding. But I mean, those guys make their money, and these airlines they run the crap out of these airplanes. They pull no punches. You know, if it's you know if the MEL list is good, you're flying. You know, come hell or high water, and if the creek don't rise, you're flying. So, and you know, like I said, these airplanes like the CRJ series as a whole, I mean, they do the mission very well. I mean, that's the reason why. You know, let me ask you guys this: have you guys seen the Saab 340 around lately? You probably not. Yeah, it's because these guys are starting to, you know, have started to actually, I have taken over. Matter of fact, I don't even think you hardly see a Q400. I think what you might see a couple of Qs out in Denver. You might see them around, you know, on the East Coast. But yeah, you know, the Q400s, you know, you're kind of hard pressed to see those. I mean, they're great turboprops, you know, I hear, but you know, you're hard pressed to see those because these guys do their job so well. You know, I mean, from a passenger perspective, yeah, you know, I mean, it can be debatable. But you know, at the end of the day, um, you know, these guys are flying, you know, a lot for a reason. You know, and I mean, I will say, you know, heck, you know, Embraer, they're catching up too. I mean, they got the 170, 175, but you know, the only problem with the 170, 175 um, has that the 7 and the 9 don't have is the fact when you go to these podunk airports, the outstations where you might have the same guy, you know, you guys know the airports I'm talking about, the guys who run the ticket counter, close out the flight, and then run to the back and start throwing bags. Yeah, those airports, you have a hard time getting the airport authorities to put gates in those things because for one, you know, you might see AX. All right, cool. For one, you know, there might only be one, two flights a day. You know, so why, you know, why in the world am I going to spend $300,000? I don't know how much gates cost, but why would I spend $300,000 to get a bloody gate for two flights? You know, now granted, you know, they may be a part of the EAS contract, or you know, it might be EAS airports or whatever, but you know, I mean, it's not profitable for the airports to do that. So you're not going to get that. But you know, so that's when you know the 200, 709. That's when they really kind of you know show their worth. They're able to get into these airports. You know, look, let's not even worry about ground power. You know, the Saab you had to land, get ground power. You know, maybe get air, especially you know if you're down here in the southeast and it's you know 90 degrees with 90% humidity. You know, you gotta get ground power, gotta get air to the plane. No, CRJ comes in or the Embraer, they come in, fire up the APU, stop, dump the passengers off, board them, throw bags, and they're back up. You know, so yeah, I mean, you know, you know, and like I said, it's not to say that the Q is a bad airplane or anything like that. It's just the mission calls for, you know, as of right now, the fuel with fuel prices and everything else. Right now, the economy is calling for an RJ, and you know, let's be honest, most of your average quote unquote traveling public, um, they prefer jets. I mean, that's just a realization. I mean, even back in the day, you know, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've heard, oh, you know, all Grace, another pole jumper. Now, you know, even though that pole jumper may be running engines, both of them equivalent up to like 1,700 ship horsepower a piece, you know, they're puddle jumpers. You know, even the Q400, they'll consider that a puddle jumper. You know, which, you know, I mean, the Q400 is, what, I'm trying to think, other than Saab 2000. Saab 2000 Inception. But I mean, it's almost as fast as an RJ. And, but I mean, of course, like I said, Grandpa's not going to know that. He doesn't care. He just knows the bloody thing is loud and he doesn't want to deal with it. So, that's part of the reason why you don't see the Qs or the Saabs, flying too terribly much in the U.S. I mean, other countries, they're still flying the crap out of them. You know, Matter of fact, they can't keep turbo. I think Q400. I mean, the Bombardier is still pumping out Q400s to India. You know, it's just because they're cool with that. I mean, when air service isn't what it's like here, and I mean, heck, over there, I mean, I'm sure the Dash 8's a freaking you know Learjet compared to the other crap they get flying out there. You know what I mean? Two plebs and all that stupid crap. You know, um, I say stupid. I'm not gonna lie. The freaking TU-145 is a beast. I'll say that. If you can, I mean, anything you can land on a blade dirt road, and yeah, it's a beast. So, saying, not hating on two plebs. So, what we got here? About 171 miles. Okay, cool. So, what we'll do, we'll go ahead and start walking this speed back. I'm not just going to slam it to idle because slamming 41,000, going straight to idle at 41,000 feet isn't too comfortable. So we'll start walking the speed back. And I mean, there's really basically whatever mode you need to use to get the airplane down in a safe and efficient way. That's what you use. I mean, most of the time you'll probably hang around a lot in vertical speed mode, so you'll go ahead and set your um, MCDU or display unit, whatever you want to call it. You'll bring that down to there. There we go. Keep rolling. Do, 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 do. I really wish they would have gave me a different way to do that, but I'll hit vertical speed and then you'll start walking it down there. Give her a nice gentle descent. You know, you don't want to tick the passengers off. And the airplane does really good. Like for example, I brought it down to 80% in one, and I didn't touch the throttles the entire flight, or the entire cruise, I should say. So, I mean, you don't need no stinking autopilot, Just work the engines, fly the power settings, learn your power settings, and I mean the airplane will take care of the rest. I mean, of course, yeah, you'll have to dump, especially if you're dealing with air. A lot of the spoilers and stuff you see that commercial aviation, it's not because the airplane is completely incapable of flying a descent without spoilers. It's the fact that for spacing and time, some of the air traffic control is trying to cram these airplanes in. So you might be 120 miles and you're still at 41,000 feet. All of a sudden they want you at freaking 12,000 feet. And I mean, how the heck are you gonna do that? Now, I mean, if it's unsafe, of course, you would say, well, we're unable. But who wants to do that when they got a buttload of passengers in the bag? They're ready. They got connections. We're not even going to talk about the fact that you're probably already late. So um, use wherever you have available to get the results you want. I mean, ultimately, I mean, there's really you have your FCOM and stuff like that, and that's all well and fine, but ultimately you are the pilot in command. And I mean, if it takes speed mode to get the results you want, guess what? You use speed mode. If vertical speed will do what you need to do, then heck, use vertical speed mode. You know, heck, you could trim the airplane out and at a specific power setting, and it'll hold. If you trim it out right, it'll hold 1,500 feet per minute. It'll hold 2,200 feet per minute. It's all about pitch and power. You know, I know my instructor used to always tell me, and especially when you're landing, use your throttle to control your altitude, not the other way around. Use power to control your altitude, and pitch to control your speed. And I remember when I first started, and I'm like, oh yeah, when you get 240 knots and firewall them and blow past 240 knots, you're like, oh my god, bring it back. And yeah, it never works like that. Trust me, it never works like that. You know. And I mean, honestly, I mean, you'll still have some commercial guys who, sometimes they stray away from the principles, and you'll kind of hear them chasing speed a little bit. Especially if they're in the RJ. I mean, well, I mean, sometimes it happens as turbulence and stuff like that. But you know, I mean, commercial pilots script too. I mean, things, they're not robots. Even though some companies feel like they are, but they're not. And things happen. So yeah, just don't be scared of it. Fly the airplane and get the results that you want. All right, let's see here. Now, actually, normally, let's see. Oh, okay. I like that. I like that. Uh, this setting here, allows me to be able to get my distances and stuff like that. Which you can get to it by hitting the MFD menu, I believe. Yeah, MFD menu, and then the window here, you can just, like for instance, you want your distances in ETA there, or if you want, heck, VNav, you know, basically whatever data you need to be displayed, that's what you'll put there. I mean, that's what will be displayed for you. So, yeah, we're doing like what, 425 knots. That's not bad. That's not bad. Start walking the throttles back a little bit, and also bear in mind when you're descending, be careful, especially in the turboprops. If you're flying turboprop, a pressurized turboprop at that, 90% of the time you're not going to be able to just slam into idle because the engine is not only producing thrust, it's also providing and what baby? Yeah, it's figure. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. That's what it is, baby. But bless you. But 90% of the time, that was I think I got the sounds on, the cockpit sounds on in here, so he sneezed, I guess. But yeah, so 90% of the time, you're not going to be able to just go straight to idle because you still have to run the air conditioning packs and stuff like that. Um, Most jets do that automatically. They automatically bring up the revolutions, or I call them revolutions. Anyway, I mean, same thing in your car. I mean, you need the engine spinning to spin the compressor to get your air conditioning. Same thing for the airplane. So just be mindful of that. I mean, you probably will never do. I mean, that's what I think was it. The Dash 8 simulates that. The Jetstream, J41. Trying to think anything else, but yeah, you probably never have to deal with that. But just a little tidbit that may help. Those are coming out 27,000 feet, 26,000 feet. Cool. It'd be pretty good. About 2,000 is a good vertical speed, especially with passengers on board. I mean, and of course an airplane can handle a lot more than we can, but it's 4,000 and too comfortable. Yeah, yeah, baby. 4,000 foot per minute and too comfortable. What's my fuel looking like? 980 in my left and 1,045 on the right. Mm-hmm. All right, so looking good in here. Make sure no lights or nothing like that. They did report a bug with the ice light coming on and around in non-icing conditions, but I think they're working on that as well. I don't think anything else that has been weird. Oh, they do have a heads-up display. Not all of the CRJs have this, so don't, you know, I think it's a carrier. Well, it's a carrier option. It looks like we got some CBs up ahead. And I don't know. I think that's one thing they probably could have improved on. I don't think the echo returns are quite right. Like we should be seeing something here. Hmm. Yeah, we should be seeing some returns here. We're not seeing them there on the display. So, um, ooh, excuse me. Um, no, it kind of bugs me, but whatever. All right. So, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna shallow out our descent a little bit. We're still on 106 miles away. So we'll shallow out descent just a little bit. And of course, in changing our pitch, we're going to go a little power. Mm-hmm. Gonna kind of keep try to maintain visual separation away from these storms. The weather. Yeah. No, don't open it. I have a ginormous pop collection that I don't know if you guys know the little pop figures or whatever. I have a ginormous pop collection, and my 2-year-old is just literally infatuated with them, and I'm kind of scared because he's probably gonna open one. But no, Matthew, quit. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. All right. Gonna increase our speed a little bit. Oh, I said this is kind of funny here. Oh, if I saw that guy, I would definitely report him to the air marshal. Lock the door. I was kidding. All right, looks like we're about 30 minutes out. That's about right. I'm increasing my speed because, um, of course, the higher your vertical speed, the higher your speed needs to be to cover, you know, to cover a certain amount of distance. So, actually, there's a formula for that, but I don't, yeah, I can't remember it now. That's what happens when we rely on too much on technology. You start to forget all the math. Well, the math, of course, is the first thing to go because nobody wants to freaking remember math. But it starts to kind of lose your touch. That's why GA is always fun. Even when even if some of you, are aspiring to fly commercially and stuff like that, never always keep that flight club membership up to date because you won't be able to exercise some of the basic airmanship skills that you're able to in other, in a CRJ or 737 or whatever you end up in. That's why I don't know if you guys seen those videos of 747 pilots and all that, be completely blown away when they go back into 172 or a Cirrus or something. I mean, they can still fly it, but it's just, I mean, it's just like, you driving an 18 wheeler for 20 some odd years and, all of a sudden end up back in a Beetle, you know. Um, just the same. I mean, like I said, it's the principles are the same. Whether you're in a 172 or Piper Cub or Bloody Glider, I mean, it doesn't matter. I think sometimes we get caught up so much in it, which is easy to do. You get caught up so much into the size or whatever. But the biggest hurdle, and I'm sure those of you who fly can attest to that. The biggest hurdle is getting the grasp of the amount of airplane that's around you. Once you do that, I mean, like I said, the flying is the same. Now the characteristics may be a little different. You may have to stay ahead of the airplane a little bit further. You might have to stay a little bit further ahead of the airplane, which is natural. But I mean, think about it. It's the same thing. Let's say if I'm driving 18 wheelers for a living. I know that my stopping distance is going to be longer. So guess what? I'm going to have to stay ahead of the truck. Now of course speeds are a little weird because you're traveling slower, but whatever. But the braking distance is increased. So and especially like in ground ops, like knowing that I need to widen out my turns to complete a 90-degree turn. And I mean, it's the same thing. Um, and so once you get down to principles, I mean, you know, I would say the Concorde, but I mean, let's be honest. I don't know about you guys, but I'd be freaking spazzing out if all the pilots died in the Concorde if the Concorde's still flying. But all the pilots died, and then you had to freaking land a blade Concorde. I'm just saying. But cool. We're coming out of 16,000 feet, about 70 miles out. Okay. I keep forgetting how far Baton Rouge is. I mean, um, I guess underestimating the distance from Dallas to Baton Rouge. But basically, what we'll do, we'll land and do a little quick turn and be back wheels up, heading back to Dallas, and then on to Lubbock, the home of Buddy Holly, if those of you who know that is. But should be fun. Should be fun indeed. All right, while we're doing that, of course, we got to do some kind of approach briefing. Something. Alright, so it's calling for a procedure turn. So we're landing on runway 22 right. So just for instructional purposes, I'm going to use AirNav since I haven't used AirNav in forever. I forgot the airport code just that quick. Okay, Bravo Tango Romeo. Alright, throw that in there. And alright, let's see. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I think there's ILS from runway 22. Yeah, there is. What's that freak? 108.7. Alright, so we'll go ahead. I'm just going to go ahead and throw it in there. I mean, it's an auto, but whatever. 108.70. Boop. Throw that in there. And I'll throw it in on both sides. Normally, like you use your nav2 for like a crossing fix or something like that, or let me go back to there we go. You'll set nav2 like for like the if we cross the whatever radial, the intersecting radial, we'll know we're X amount distance away from the airport, something like that. Use it whatever you got to use it for to enhance your situational awareness. Um, let's see what she'll do with speed mode. We'll go ahead and try speed mode just for giggles. And I think what it's probably going to do is should be fairly level. Should be. thrust in to kind of cushion the descent a little bit. All right, let's just say normal would be getting would be given altitudes by air traffic control to walk this down, but we don't have that right now. So where's that plate? I see our challenge. All right, approach course 223. So use my little. There we go. 233 is already in there. Cool. All right. And let's see. This is FMS1, localizer 1. So yeah, a couple of CBUs after 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Probably 11 and 12. It's kind of hard to gauge like where 12 is here. Let's see. Change the views. Oh, yeah, 12 o'clock. Luckily, we don't have to go that way. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And then we'll jump in. I think they call this guy Dave as well. I think Dave is the acronym for this doohickey here. But the cool trick about Dave is you can jump into your V speeds. V speeds are already set per your gross weight, and just hit set landing and you're done. You don't have to pull out, which they do provide the documentation for the V speeds if you need some toilet reading or whatever. But now just jump in that guy, and boop, you're done. And you can also set your payload in there as well. Just like we got 10 souls on board, 1,200 pounds. I mean, it's pretty. It keeps you in the sim, which I like that. I don't like the managers. I mean, the managers are nice to set settings that you wouldn't normally mess with in the sim, but I don't like the ones where you got to go like jump out because I think who has that? iFly has that, and I mean iFly is a great sim. It's just that bugs me. I think like we should be past that at this point. You know what I mean? I don't know, just aggravating, or just me being petty. I'm proud of being petty. So. Alrighty then. Looks like we're approaching 10 grand. And let's see here. LSU wants us at. Let's see. That's really high for that though. I'm gonna add a little throttle slow per descent though. Yeah, so I got Baton Rouge, the good old city of Baton Rouge off to our left here. Go get some gumbo or beignets, wherever the heck they eat in Baton Rouge. What do they eat in Baton Rouge? Alright, so 10,000, landing lights on. Seatbelt signs are on. Should be good there. So far, it's tracking the speed pretty good. Even in real life, you'll have those autopilots. They'll start like going up and down, trying to using pitch to chase the speed. Even though you're at a constant power setting, it's not like 100% precise. So that's kind of cool to know. And we'll go ahead and arm our thrust reversers here. The spoilers are already set to auto, so in theory, they should open. In theory. And it looks like there's Baton Rouge there, so we're going to be crossing. We're crossing the field, and we're supposed to do a procedure turn. At least that's the plan, but I don't think we're going to do that. I think we're just going to make a make a downwind to base, and then to final. Never gonna do that. So I'm just gonna sync my heading bug, and this is where I'm just gonna start using. And I'm not gonna follow the precise plan. Like I said, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna get vectored off your planned route anyway. I mean, you can just about count on it. So I'm gonna start working the throttles back and increasing that rear descent, which you'll see as well. So the airplane pitching about 1900 foot per minute to try to catch 240. And a lot of times here you'll also be getting slowed down at this point to like 210. They try to keep, even though 250 is the maximum airspeed, they try to keep it like way below that because there's a lot of GA traffic below 10,000. So, but I got the traffic that turned off, so I won't have to worry about that. So, alrighty, let's go ahead and slow this thing down to. Let's do 210. So I said 210. And then just remember, slowing down 210. If I want to keep the same rear descent, I need to remove the power. So honestly, what you probably should have done is remove the power first, and then set your pitch. Actually, that is what you're supposed to do. But don't do what I would do. Just kind of use, just do what I, yeah, just yeah. Alrighty, so let's try this little checklist thing here. I think they said this helps you out, keeps you from forgetting stuff like the gear and stuff like that. I mean, apparently you need the landing gear, so we'll check that. Before landing, check pass signs on, thrust versus arm, slash one sign. Okay, cool. So we're good. All right, so it's wanting you to fly a procedure turn right now at this point. We're not even gonna do that. We're going to fly this localizer here. So what I'm gonna do, I really wish this would work, but it won't. Let me see if I can lean forward. All right. That's this. All right, cool. There we go. Oh, all right. Am I dropping frames? No, I'm not. Okay, cool. Man, I need to check that. All right. What altitude? 1900 foot. Good lord. So we need to slow way down. Actually, probably what I'm gonna do, because we don't want to drag this thing out no more than we have to, because we got to get in there, right? We got to hurry up and get these folks out of here so we can get gone. So we're gonna slow this guy to 180, and we're gonna be starting our turn here, our base turn here in a minute. And if you want to, if it helps you out, kick in a little spoiler. Kind of help the process along. I hate didn't add wing views, but normally you won't be floating around outside the airplane. You'll be flying it. So I mean, I get it, but it's kind of yeah. All right, so we're gonna use vertical speed mode. Use vertical speed mode. Kind of give us the descent profile we want. Alright, and go ahead and start. What's our last? Okay, cool. We're gonna go start our base leg here. Shallow up that descent a wee bit. Verify our altimeter setting is good, which I just hit. I just hit the B button. Just saying. But yeah, we would have dialed in ADIS a long time ago and got that before we starter, descent, and all that fun stuff. So, alrighty. So it's like we're. And I liked to try to intercept the localizer on like a 45, preferably. That's just me. Um, Actually, I also kind of trained that, but you don't want to waste too much time intercepting the localizer, but at the same time, you don't want like a super aggressive turn like this, because the autopilot is going to do what it needs to do to intercept the localizer. I'm kicking a little rudder, because I'm kind of uncoordinated, but whatever. But you don't want to kick in too much rudder, or you'll disconnect the autopilot. All right, so I'm gonna auto those engines out, and we're at getting close to 2 grand. Let's go ahead and cut to the chase and get on down to 2 grand. I will say one thing about this airplane: it's slippery, but it's not too terribly slippery, and to where you're not like flying at 240 right now at 1,000 foot per minute. All right, so it looks like she's intercepting nicely. We should be catching 2 grand here in a little bit, and I'm gonna go ahead and kick in some slats. Boop. Let you guys see that. Slaps coming down right there. I'm gonna watch it, because once I hit 2 grand, I'm gonna have to bring a little speed in. All right, so it's capping the localizer. I mean the altitude. Whoops. So I'm gonna kick in a little bit of power. And like the more you fly it, the more you start to learn these power settings. Like I haven't even learned them. I mean, I've only been flying the same for a week, but I haven't even just gotten the hang of it just yet. But right now I'm at about 47% in one, and she's giving me right at 180 knots. So that's nice. All right. Where we at? We're about 11 miles DME. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and throw in flaps 8. There we go. But I'm also going to bring in some power. Actually, what the heck am I doing? Auto, you can't have all the fun. You can't have all the fun, Auto. Give me this airplane. It's mine. I paid for it. You didn't. Alright, so got her nice and lined up by 180. I'm waiting for that glide slope. And I'm going to creep up just a wee bit to kind of help me catch it. Just a wee bit. Just a little bit. And I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't brought, there we go, my cat caught it. And I'm going to go ahead and bring our gear down. Go ahead and give me that 3 green there, sir. Give me that 3 green. Come on. Come on. There we go. 3 green on the lights. Cool. So, start bringing some more flaps here and try to stabilize my approach. I'm going to start working that power way back. I was running my mouth. Tends to happen. One little cool feature about the, I was about to say Airbus, about the CRJ is that normally when you bring in flaps, it'll try to pitch up on you and do all kinds of weird things. Well, Bombardier thought it'd be kind of nice to, basically do something that you would normally do anyway by trimming the pressures out. Have I done any flying in XP? I sure have, sir. I have X Plane 11 sitting on my D drive right now. Alright, I'm going to bring in some more flaps there. Alright, and bring in that final notch of flaps. And once again, I'm using pitch to control my airspeed, so I'm going to go ahead and nose her down a little bit. And I'm using power to control my altitude. So right now, actually, I'm looking at the PAPIs right now. I'm really not even focusing on the glide slope since we're in BMC. And I mean, you know what? If we got poppies, why the hell not? So, I'm gonna bring a little power there, and I'm gonna bring that nose down a little bit. There we go. There we go to give me the output I want. All right, so we got a red and a green, so we're good there.
400. 300.
Let's see. I'm a little higher than what I wanted to be, but it'll be all right.
Flight 100. Flight slow. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
All right. All right, a little forward pitch there, and versus deployed. Notice how I didn't remove the power right at 50 feet, like some other, like some aircraft. The CRJ has a really fast wing, so the airplane actually needs to be flown onto the runway rather than like chopping the power and like praying like chopping the power, the yoke in your lap, trying to get that nice greaser flare. It don't work like that. This guy here, I'll 50 feet. I'm starting to work my power back, and as I'm working my power back, I'll work it out to about 10 feet. Then I'll cut it. The gear is pretty stout, especially on the 200. Of course, it has to be because yeah. Um, the gear is pretty stout, but yeah, you really don't want to beat on it too much. But let's see, which do you prefer? Yeah, like I said, I do have X-Plane 11. Um, it depends on what I'm flying rigs, honestly. Sometimes, it depends on what mood I'm in. The fluidity of X-Plane 11 is just sexy. Um, but like I said, sometimes I get the little nostalgia thing going on. I'll get a little teary-eyed and I'll think about the Saab, and I was like, let's just jump in the Saab. So yeah, I'll crowd fire up X-Plane 11 and jump in the Saab, or who else I run a lot on there? The IXEG 737. I'll run the heck out of that. Um, I need to clean this airplane up, and I need to turn on the APU. Um, yeah, I'll run the heck out of that. And they had a Challenger 300 that's nice. Trying to think. I don't know. I haven't really been flying that too terribly much ever since. They've been promising an FMC for like forever, and I mean that's kind of the whole point of flying a Challenger. But man, I really need an FO. But let's see. I don't know where the gate is, guys. I have this old. I'm still using the old poor boy default scenery, so I don't have all the gates and the little widgets that comes along with. Trust me, Baton Rouge does not look like this. But actually, I think there's a gate there, isn't it? Oh yeah, there is a gate. Whoops. Um, running my mouth. But I mean, yeah, I really enjoy it. You know, some people get on the bandwagon. They're like, oh, you know, explain P3D's dog poop, and you know, you need to get on 911, or you know, explain 11's dog poop, and you need to get on 3. Nah, they all have their strengths and weaknesses, and I mean, you know what? Why not have both? Actually, now I'm running like 4 different sims, which I tell you is like ridiculous. I know, but I'm running FXX. Wait, no, I digress. P3D. Yeah, I'm running P3D version 3, P3D version 4. Don't ask me how. FXXXC and X-Plane 11 and X-Plane 10. Uh, the only reason why I'm doing that is because um, one, I'm slowly migrating my all of my aircraft over, and I'm not 100% complete yet. But yeah, so, honestly, my goal is to have just X-Plane 11 and P3D. Hopefully, that's the plan. I'm not getting Aerofly. Not getting Aerofly. I mean, not that it's a bad sim, but it's just yeah. You know, I could have made that left and been there, but you know what? That's okay. Flying by the seat of the pants here, folks, or taxiing by the seat of the pants. And what we're going to do here, we are going to park, deplane, and I'm going to run and grab some more coffee, and I'll be right back in a minute. Yeah, honestly, I really need to get rid of FXX, but all of my I've only brought one. I'm only about the 737 over from P3D, not P, from PMDG, and I still got the 74 and the 777 I got to bring over. Son, why are you licking my arm? Quit. Um, hold on. And man, I'm riding the crap out of my brakes. Um, but yeah, I still got a whole bunch I got to bring over, and I haven't brought over yet. Did that APU ever start up? Of course it didn't. Of course it didn't start up. There we go. But yeah, I have way. I probably, Lord knows, I probably got like 2, 3 terabytes devoted to flight some stuff, and I really need to get rid of some of that. Really need to, like in the worst way. And woo, sorry, my bad, y'all. Sorry, trying to do like 8 things at once. Alrighty, so brakes available. Doot 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 doot. Beacon off. Hydraulics off. Passenger signs on. Fuel pumps off. Lead the packs on for a quick turn. Probes off. Windshield off. Let's see. And I'll probably irradiate somebody by now, but you know what? Sorry, I can go ahead and turn that off. And go ahead and chalk it up. We'll leave the we'll leave the I just blinked out. We'll leave AP running. There we go. Go ahead and dock up. And hit that old juicy deplane deboarding button. And while I'm doing that, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back. I think, hopefully. Um, okay, cool. I had to check my audio levels. Um, alrighty, so looks like we're all deplaned, so we'll go ahead and board. And let me jump over here to my handy dandy Professional Flight Planner X. Um, let's see, we now return flight. So, yep, BTR, plan that. Alright, so what payload? Ooh, 69. We are loaded. Loaded. How much you want to bet we're not going to get 41,000 this time? We're probably going to get something a little more. What? 16,000? No. Oh, they got some Victor 114. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm reviewing the flight plan here. Um, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and see if we can do that. Give me a minute. See if I can get you guys to see what I'm seeing. Match now. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 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 Can you full screen it? Can I do a full screen? No. Probably blow it up. But boop, there you go. Sorry for the little border around there. I'm not, YouTube freaking audio video magician, but there you go. Professional Flight Planner X. But yeah, basically, guys, on Victor 114, we're gonna be taking the Victor Airway to Jaeger 3, catching Jaeger 3, and then probably like the downwind vectors for downwind and basic final into 1-8. 69 souls on board, so we're gonna be packing, which is, I mean, that's about right. Um, you will see that you might have like 2 or 3 people heading there, but it might be bloody, 70. It might be overbooked by 72, 73 people. I ain't trying to fit all those people on there, which won't happen. But so yeah, let's go ahead and throw this in here real quick. Bravo Tango Romeo to Kilo Delta Foxtrot Whiskey. 322 miles. My goodness, that's a long flight at 16,000 feet. Wow. I'm almost wondering if, you know what, that might be because of. No, we'll fly it. Screw it, we'll fly it. All right, so let me go ahead and all right, so we're gonna be taking off in 3-1 this time. So jump over here, find the 3-1, bam, execute that joker. Go back to our flight plan page, and then we're gonna be going direct LSU. Go Tigers for the football fans. I'm not a Tiger fan, just saying, but I don't know. We're here, LSU. Yeah, so LSU. That's cute. Then we're gonna go hit the next, so we have some more area to type. Then we're gonna be going via Victor 114. So we're gonna be taking the Victor Airway, hence the lower altitude. Victor 114 to AX. So Alexandria, and then we're going to be taking the Jaeger 3 arrival. I wonder what they named that after. Is he still alive? I think he is. Um, Jaeger 3, arrival. And we're going to be landing on. Honestly, if you'll give me 1-8 left, that'd be great. You know what? We're just going to dial, actually, AX for a transition. And we're just going to do 1-8 left. Be awesome. Vectors, Grooch. Gretch, whatever. We'll use, let's see here. We'll do vectors on this one, and then execute that joker. And so, it should give us a pretty solid fight plan at 16,000 feet. Alright, so we'll connect this discontinuity, execute that. In some cases, discontinuities are good. In fact, a lot of times you won't connect your discontinuity until you're about to begin the arrival phase. So let's see here. All right, let's go and type in our performance figures. So let's go to our initialization page. Actually, I go day first because we gotta load the plane up. So let's go to payload, boop, 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 boop. And 69 souls on board, I think is what it said. And we're gonna do 1700 because it was 16 and some change. So yeah, 1700, 1740. All right, fuel. We gotta get this right, so because we gotta have gas to get there, right? So let's see, 16 what? 16 3 4. We'll do 16.8. I almost want to do 17 because we're going to be at 16,000 feet. We're going to burn a little more fuel beginning in thicker air, but we'll try it. So we'll go ahead and set our payload and fuel. Woo, she weighed down. All right. Then copy that. And I'm like all over the place. All right, cool. 16,000 feet. That'll be our cruising altitude. Why, I have no idea, but whatever. I'm pretty sure it's probably winds or something like that. Let's see here. All right, what's the type in some kind of wind figure? 60,000. 245 at 1.4. 245 at 1.4. I honestly really want to do like 20 some odd thousand feet rather than 16,000. Let's see what. No, because that'll throw us off. Never mind. Disregard. I'm trying to keep it simple here, folks. Try to keep it simple. Don't need to make it all convoluted. Jaeger 3, then vectors. Yep, that's about right. Alright, cool. So still got our AP going. And we'll turn that off. We'll need that. I'm going to go ahead and pre-select my altitude. We're going to assume that it's going to be like, oh yeah, sure, American, what was it? American 5233, yeah, you're cleared all the way up to whatever. Alright, cool. So, got that. And I think we're already boarded. Yeah, boarding completed, so we're good. So, we'll go ahead and shut the doors. Boop, boop, boop. Shut the doors there and go ahead and pull the chocks. pull the gate. Aerosoft, if you're listening, please fix that. I know I said this earlier in the stream, but yeah, just please fix that. That'd be awesome. Thank you. Sorry. Public announcement over. I'm done. All right. Oh, yeah. V-Speed's gonna need those. Boop. Is that in there? Yeah, that's in there. All right, cool. And we'll go ahead and call ground and say we're taxiing for, yeah, whatever. We're heading back to the north-ish. Yeah, it's all off, folks. Man, these cookies are awesome. Wait a minute. No, it's favoring 2-2 right. Goodness gracious. Well, while we're doing this, we can go ahead and call them so they can get the tug hooked up. Actually, I don't know this airport for anything. Alright, so. Shut up! Shut up! Alright, cool. Ho, 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 ho. Abort it. Sorry. Push back to the left. Yep. Okay, so that's what it is. Make sure it's right. I had something I was gonna say and I completely forgot. I'm getting old, folks. Getting old. Gear nav set back up. Let's set our seat back. Alright, beacon on. Turn this guy on. Seatbelt signs on. Boost pumps on. And parking brakes released through the push. Alright, we're clear on the right. Press that magic button. Watch your doohickey here spin up. Yeah, about 20% into, do nicely. Got 20% right there. Go ahead and introduce fuel. Watch that ITT. Yeah, looking like she's behaving today, so that's good. Got her in one there spinning up. Got a number one compressor. Doing its thing. Should be hovering around 21% when she's done. There we go. We're all lined out there. She's nice and lit for us. Clear on the left. Go ahead and start that left engine. Monitor N2. Alright, about 20%. Go ahead and bring that fuel right there. And got ITT coming up. And one coming up. Oil temps looks good. Oil pressure looks good. I would like to have seen some little variations there, because that's, yeah, it's kind of sad. But, looks like the engines are doing her thing. I have never seen a tug like that in Baton Rouge, but, I mean, not that it matters, but yeah. Heading back to good old civilization. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and bring my flaps down. As the time is of the essence. Take off fig, okay. Alright, park brake set. Yeah, I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to go ahead and turn it off. Alrighty, so probes on. Winder heat's on. My winder. Alright, Rampy's waiting on you. Time is money. Waiting on you. Waiting on you. Waiting on you guys. Got to hit Panda Express at DFW. Come on, time is money. It's so hilarious to me because they do none of this. They're like, that's awesome. I mean, it's awesome though. It really is. All right, dude, we're gone. Yeah, we're gone. Yeah, it's so funny. Set parking brakes and you shut up. So we're gonna be super heavy. So we're gonna be, well, not super heavy, but we're heavy. So it's gonna take a little bit more thrust to get moving. But we're gonna be moving here. And it's getting kind of cloudy in Baton Rouge, so yeah, we want to get the hell out of here, like quick. Alright, so got our moving, so we're going to roll back the engines just a little bit. We don't want to burn too much gas, man, because I tell you, company is cheap. They are cheap. You might get away with a few £100, but I apologize if you guys hear me chewing. This peanut butter cookie is amazing. Just saying. I'm sorry if any of you are allergic to peanut butter. Tell you what, if you're not eating and taxiing the CRJ at the same time, you're doing nothing. I was kidding. Probably should do some kind of flight control check, huh? I would go to my synoptic page, but it seems like every time my view changes, like my view changes real quick. No, that's not the page I want. Let's see here. Where is it? 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 Let's see one of these here. See? Told you. Turning. There we go. Yeah, I guess the button that says flight controls will be the one. Sorry. But yeah, just make sure flight controls are free and correct. Good there. Normally, I was gonna say something else, but normally dispatch will give you your figures, your CG and all that fun stuff, which I don't think Professional Flight Planner does that. I think Top Cat does that whenever they get the performance numbers for the CRJ. Alrighty then. Do a little swerving here over the center line. Swerving! I'm out of coffee. No. By the way, guys, if you want to buy me a cup of coffee, little Streamlabs link on the bottom there. You can do so. If not, whatever. The streams will keep coming regardless. Trust me, yeah. But my wife gets mad when I steal all the coffee, so. A little bit over red line, I think. Just a wee bit. Just the nose. just the nose. Alright, so flat deck door. We gotta worry about terrorists getting in here. Alright, bring that page back to where I was looking at. Actually, let's put it on the stat page. There we go. Let's see some stats. Alright, so we got config, okay. And we'll hit this toga button right here. And a good rule of thumb is to set your heading bug for the runway heading. So 22 be like 220-ish. And that way, you know, yeah. Because they'll say fly runway heading, maintain whatever, to whatever, yeah. So bring the landing lights there, strobe lights there, everything looks good down there, everything looks good down here. That, bring my tilt up a wee bit, just a smidget, and go ahead and call tower ready to go, so we can go. Alright. Alright, so finals clear, we check, make sure runway's clear, we got clearance received. Go ahead and make this old turn here. And get going. Alrighty, take off. Takeoff power set. Engine transmission limits, airspeed is live. Keep a little nose down until we get about 100 knots. And we're going to have V1, rotate, V2, and positive rate climb, gear up right there. Alright, start working my flaps out. Oh my gosh, go away. Alright, go ahead and bring her down there to climb mode. Oh, and FYI, I learned this the hard way. It works wonders if your throttles are calibrated. If not, you'll be chasing throttle settings like all the way down the runway. Don't ask me how I know, just know. So, alright, so we'll go ahead and put it on speed mode. Go ahead and do that, and then I'll try to not approach. My goodness. Cockpit resource management, people. No, airspeed mode. My goodness. Come on, guys. Yeah, it does help a lot when you can actually see it. Give me 230. Of course, do your little climb checklist, flaps up, gear up, you know, whatever. Climb check was complete. Checklist? You don't need no stinking checklist. Then the FAA man's like, yes, sir, you do. Alright, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do a direct. Well, the LSU we're hunting for. Alright. I think she might hook up. Get this thing trimmed out. There we go. This is where I envy you, track IR, folks. I'm so envious. So envious. Yeah, looks like she's holding 230 nicely. And once we get to 10 grand, we'll clean her out to about 270. Got a little weather on our right hand side there, so that's a little concerning. Alright, we're at 10,000 feet, so we'll go ahead and bring her up to about 270 knots. Whoops. And actually, in the CRJ, with it being such a fast wing, a lot of times you'll get a better climb rate at a some airplanes. You actually get you'll get best rate at a lower airspeed, but with the CRJ, it's actually the opposite. You'll at times you'll get a better rate with a faster airspeed, but 16 grand. I'm not just trying to firewall it to get there. Try to trim out a little bit. It's a little bumpy going through some of these clouds here. They're a little bumpy. That's just trimming out, flying the airplane, not fighting it or anything, just kind of got a couple hands, and there's a CB right there. So, I want to try to maintain visual separation away from it. So we'll go ahead and dive into heady mode right quick. And I'm sorry guys, I'm thinking Airbus. Yeah, totally thinking Airbus right now. So we'll go ahead and dive into heady mode and make that turn away from that building storm there. I'm gonna go ahead and give it the auto. Give him a little bit of a break and give it the auto. Let him do his thing. So I can watch for these storms since my radar is not being a radar. Alright, so I got one to go. I don't need to deviate too much, just enough to kind of loop around this guy here. That's why I'm not fond of lower altitudes. This is where you get beat the heck up in turboprops. Because normally that's about all you're getting is 16,000, 17,000, everything, anything else below 18,000. And if you ever notice like a turboprops track, I mean, they're like, you're everywhere because you're dodging these guys here. Versus, jump on up to like 36,000, fly over most of them. And as we all know, I mean, there's some guys, especially in the southeast United States. I mean, and you'll see storms 50, 55,000 feet, and I mean, unless you're bloody Concorde, you're not getting over that. So, um, but most of them you can dance over pretty easily. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and bring this power way back. I kind of want to keep my speed up, especially since I can, being so low, because I really want to get around these storms. And I need to zoom out a little bit. Now let's go ahead and tighten it up. Tell you what, regional flying in the southeast during the summer is interesting. I mean, you'll go and check the TAF reports. It's like, oh, cool, should be a great day to fly, and and go back and check it, and it's like, 3 statute miles, thunderstorm rain, broken 7,000 CB. Yeah. So I want to use the radar, but like I said, we'll kind of do the best we can with it. I'm not all the way impressed with it. We'll try work our antenna and see just that tilt angle in the game, see if they'll give us some better results. Hopefully, at the same time, not diverting. You know what? Yeah. Holy smokes. Yeah. Normally we'll do here. We'll go ahead. We'll request a higher altitude because yeah, 16 G's is not going to work right now. We'll go ahead and take let me see what 22,000 will give us. I'm gonna show you guys how to do it here. I'll do 22,000, and I will put it up because we're about to get rocked, and there's nothing I can do about it down here. So yeah, we'll do 22,000, and then bring our speed bug up. Actually, we'll climb about 280, and then what we'll do, yeah, we're about to get a world rot here, friends. So we're going to go ahead and put her back in climb mode. And actually, we'll bring these seatbelt signs from auto to on, because yeah. Nice clouds though, but yeah, don't want to be in them. Don't want to be in them. Honestly, I got most of my flight training in Arizona and Phoenix, and I mean the weather is just always beautiful. I mean it was hot, and I mean there's sometimes you weren't gonna be able to take off because of density altitude, but I mean just when you were able to fly and not cook, I mean it was just great flying, great flying. But like here, especially in the southeast, I mean you got the moisture coming from the Gulf, then you got the warm temperatures, then you got the humidity, and it's just, I mean, in essence, thunderstorms are ginormous radiators. They help cool the earth down, and I mean, every day around the same time, around like depends, it'll vary. About 4:30, 5 o'clock, you'll start getting storms. So those evening trips, they tend to get interesting. So we're well past our transition altitude for that back to 2992. But yeah, you gotta see how far we're having to deviate. I mean, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to. And honestly, I don't even think 22,000 be high enough, but at least it'll get us out of the embedded stuff, which is what you got to be worried about. Because at least you can prep for the stuff you can see, but it's just the embedded crap, and sometimes you get attenuation issues, and your scope can't see exactly everything, and before you know it, you're stuck in a hellstorm. All right, one to go. I think the CRJ has like a turbulence mode, and you can throw that guy on. I think it's like half bank or something like that, but yeah, yeah. Actually, turn that. There you go. Turn that off. Oh, never mind, because we're capturing our altitude. All right, so I think we can continue on our original track. So we'll meander on over to Alexandria, and I'll give you a direct to heading here in a minute. As soon as I bring my throttles back. Alright, yeah, go ahead and start walking them back. I'm going to try about 80, and then, kind of work my way up from there. Because you want to be economical, but at the same time, you don't want to bloody, take 3 hours for, a couple hour leg. I mean, yeah, 3 hours for, an hour trip. All right, so Alexandria, bam, execute, and throw on nav, and there you go. So right now we're chilling at about 78%, and it's holding 3 and some change, so it's not bad. Some nastiness. Whew. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. And actually, I'm gonna go ahead and leave the seatbelt signs on because you just don't know right now. So we'll hold off on beverage services and all that for the time being. And it looks like we're about 243 miles as a crow flies, and about 40 minutes out. So we'll stop in DFW, run to Panda Express, grab a rice bowl, and be wheels up and bound for Lubbock. Or sandwiches or whatever. Yeah. Whoops. But yeah, lots of weather today. Lots of weather. But I mean, this is the life of an RJ crew. I mean, it's nonstop to your entire air duty cycle is it's nonstop. Um, but at the same time, I don't know. On the same, I guess on the same token, you have a lot more opportunities to fly the airplane versus mainline. But on the same side of the coin, it can be tiresome, especially when you're in situations, dealing with situations like today where it's just a lot of weather around, and you just don't know how the rest of your day is going to pan out. But yeah, I mean, overall, some people can say, they're like, oh, the VC's a little dated or whatever, but I mean, in hindsight, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, it's not like, I mean, it could be worse. It's not like protocol or nothing like that. But it could be a lot worse. A lot worse. Or it could be like Coronado. Oh man, did I say that? It could be like the other guys, and systems not work, and all kinds of just craziness, and I mean, it's just the models look great. I just wish somebody would like buy their company or something, keep the modelers, and just have them model, and just somebody else do the avionics. And I mean, it was just. I mean, sometimes like those textures are so crisp and just nice used look. I mean, it's just it's almost like you just want to cry. So, oh my god! But I mean, no, they look really good, but they don't fly for crap. I mean, it's terrible. I mean, now the FDE, most of the time, especially like for their little um, single engine aircraft. I mean, they're great. I mean, they're great. But as far as how long we got? 35 minutes. We'll leave seatbelt sign on. But but as far as like, let's see. Thanks for the sub. As far as like, oh my gosh, yeah. As far as like business jets and all that, that's where I kind of run into the problem because, like for example, the Hawker 850 uses the Proline. I forgot the series or whatever, but when I tell you when that thing released, you could not finish the flight in it. You unless you hand flew the entire bloody thing, you could not finish the flight in it. And what's funny, I mean, what just amazes me is the fact that you have like guys who are software engineers and everything, and with all these talents, they're basically giving them the answer to the problem. Hey, if you do X, Y, Z, this works. And then they give them some generic response and patch a couple of things and send out a version 1.1 or 1.2 or whatever. And and that's it. And it's like, seriously, guys. I mean, is that what we're doing? I mean, the models are great. The models are phenomenal. It's just they don't fly for crap. I was going to say something else, but yeah, you know. So I don't know. That's rant number two. Right. Hopefully I won't go for three. Hopefully. But I mean, for the most part, I mean, texture wise, it's just not bad. Um, like the wing views, I could have used some wing views. Sometimes you kind of want to get that passenger perspective. I mean, heck, honestly, even if I'm like, even from flying real world, sometimes I kind of like, man, I wish I had a button here and I can kind of, you know, see how much roll it is or something like that. And yeah, no, I don't know. But I mean, I understand the reasoning behind it. I understand why there is no virtual. I guess working the transparent windows, there is none of that. They're painted on. But I mean, that's cool. That's cool. Would be nice, but whatever. It's all good in the hood. I'm assuming the nose wheel is supposed to move, but it doesn't. For those of you who have purchased this already, um, I mean, I have nose wheel steering on, but it's just like locked in this position here, like with the nose all the way pointing. Now the nose, of course, isn't pointing to the left, but according to this, it is. But I don't know. Just kind of odd. I read my .72. That's about right. See, so basically, so we know. Sorry, I got spinner bird time. Um, so we know, given our altitude, and you also got to look at this too. You also have to look at your saturated air temperature and your total air temp or saturated work too. But given this altitude, this temperature, and this power setting, our output is about Mach 0.72, which is about normal cruise, give or take, whatever. So, I mean, like I said, it's all about power settings. All about learning those power settings. Fuel isn't looking too bad. Now, but now what it will do, it will give you, if your flight plan's set up right, it will give you a um, little bootleg TOD here. sometimes I'll use it to initiate to initiate the descent, and sometimes I won't. It just depends. Sometimes it's kind of weird. I don't know, but really that's about it. I mean, it's for a jet. Um, I mean, this is an older design. I mean, we're talking CRT. I believe they're CRTs. They look like they're CRTs. CRT displays. So um, I'm assuming without the with just the bearing on and the exhaust fan on, I'm pretty sure they get pretty bloody hot. Um, so you got to watch that. I'm assuming. Um, oh shoot! And thank God not retractable. But it's a semi older airplane, but for the mission, like I said, it's fairly well equipped, to do the job. But man, that's really kind of all it is too. They really kept it simple, and honestly, I kind of like it. There's nothing overly complicated about it. Your freaking overhead panel doesn't go all the way back to here. You know, I mean, you could just about take somebody off the street and teach this. I mean, of course, systems wise or whatever, you have to understand what all this does, but, at the same time, operationally, and we're going to work that power back just a little bit. Looks like I'm wind shifting on this. Um, but for the most part, everything's pretty straightforward. Nothing too crazy. And it looks like it's heating up. Actually, that's pretty warm for it being 22,000. That sounds are good. And looks like we're getting close to our Todd. I'm gonna work that power up, roll in just a wee bit, like 76, if I can get it. Yeah, 76. All right, cool. All right, and 160 miles. All right, cool. Well, while that's doing that, I'm gonna run grab a drink of water real quick, and I shall be right back. Woo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Woo, what are you doing, baby? What are you doing? I was a little aggressive for a capping the waypoint. but I guess that'll work. I think this thing actually goes half bank above I think like 30,000 feet or something like that. Some weird number, I don't remember. And speed, winds changed on us again just a little bit, so we have to bring up the power. More power. Oh man. Got a little bumpy once we cross hit those clouds, but not too terribly bad. But I will say, like, this airplane is extremely predictable. Up high, it's pretty easy to stay ahead of it. Um, if you're, paying attention and not running your mouth like I am, but for a jet, it's fairly predictable. Be now. Alright, 0.74 should be 174. We'll be alright. Alright, let's talk about 20 minutes. 20 minutes out. 20 minutes out. Gotta make that on time arrival numbers. That's not too bad though. I'll be right at what the flight plan said. Yeah, like 54 minutes. So yeah, it's not horrible. See, and that's what I'm saying. These aren't like ridiculously long flights. I mean, I'm gonna tell you from a YouTuber standpoint, it's really tough to stream Flight Simulator and keep it interesting because I mean, yeah, it's not like a first-person shooter or something like that. Um, but I mean, I suck at first-person shooters. I mean, I've streamed it a couple times. I mean, I suck at them. I'm not gonna try to. But love aviation. I enjoy talking about it, so I stream it. But it's really tough to stream those long flights because there's only so much you can talk about in like 2.5, 3 hours. I mean, it's fun. Don't get me wrong. It's just, my goodness. It's just, well, guys, we're looking good. 4,000 miles ago, and yeah, it's looking good. Um, yeah, it's some people can do it. I can't do it. It's like, oh my god, oh my god, you know. But yeah, 54 minutes, hour, even an hour and a half, not bad. 2 hours, nah, not bad. But it's like 2.5, 3, 4. No. Now I've had streams go 2.5, 3 hours for one reason or another. I might be because a lot of times especially on the weekends, I'll do streams like this where I'm just hopping, airport hopping. Um, but just a straight out drag out flight, for 6 hours, nah, nah. It was like Stalker. What if nah? So we'll right now we're going 2 hours and 46 minutes. So those of you that hung out the entire time, thank you, appreciate it. But like I said, that's one of the main reasons why I started streaming, just to give me give me someone to talk to. It was like, talk to your wife. It's like, yeah, I'm, passing, you know, whatever, let's start. She's like, what? Like, yeah, she doesn't care. She doesn't get it. No, I was kidding. No, it's yeah. I'm very appreciative that she lets me do this, and manages the children or the herd, depending on how you want to look at it. I'm gonna tell you, it is tough. I envy those single streamers. You know, can I mean, that's yeah. I can sit there and I mean, I just yeah. We talked about it before. I can't do it. But I love jumping on here, talking. Heck, I'll talk to myself, and I guess something weird, or whatever. I don't know, but you know, jumping on here and heck, talking airplanes. I mean, good lord, from the comfort of your own home or mobile or wherever, toilet, wherever you may be. I mean, not that I'm streaming from the toilet. I mean, kind of cool, but if you're viewing from the toilet, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, folks do a lot of weird things in the toilet, like I don't know, like talking on the phone. I don't know. Oh man. So moving on. Looks like we're about 24 minutes out, 104 miles out. So we'll be starting our descent here in a minute. And actually, while I'm resting, I'm gonna jump over here and get my ILS. And this is one thing you gotta remember: you got to get. It's not gonna. I think like I said, it'll auto tune them, but I just prefer to just throw them in there myself because yeah, you're trying to turn basic phones like, God, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? You know. But once again, that's when understanding the airplane comes in handy because you would know that. 110.55. All right, so we're gonna dial in 110.55 nav one. I like to do it in nav two. Why? I don't know. It's just me. Since I don't have another fix to put in here, I just like doing it on both sides. You know. Why stalker? I don't know. It's just me. All right. So we're pretty close to our time of descent. And of course, you'll be doing your approach briefing and getting all that together, notifying. Yeah, you'll be notifying people. No, notifying the cabin crew, letting them know, hey, we're about to be landing, even though we did have better services about to be landing. So, and actually, that's on. That's auto. Norm. GCAT should be on, if I'm not mistaken. Should be on. Why won't you turn on? Once again, that's when knowing the airplane helps out a lot. So, let's see here what we're looking like. Actually, now that's bugging me. No. Okay, I was on. I know it's something ridiculously simple. It's either like hold. I know some of them. like on the primer setup, you hold the button and it um, flips to out mode, but it's not doing that. So I have to look at that. So it looks like a building CB there. I don't know. It's not quite developed, but I think we'll be all right. All right, go back here and check your power settings. And with this airplane, or honestly any airplane in particular, you'll try to develop a scan, especially when you only have a FADEC equipped airplane and you don't have auto running your speed. You definitely want to develop a scan, and actually some MEFCOMs kind of cover that for you, but since we don't have one, you kind of have to try to develop your own. But I mean, always, your six pack is going to be well, I call it your six pack, but your primary PFD is going to be the most vital, and then you can drift off to your nav, and then go back to your engines, and check your stats page and things like that. Make sure your pressurization numbers are right, because yeah, I mean, air travel doesn't do you any good when all the passengers are passed out. So alrighty, over here on the legs page, 18,000 feet. All right, so it looks like it starts walking us down here. Actually, nah, I'm gonna leave that. Although maybe I can let him go. I'm like, nah, I'm good. And also, while we're resting, we'll go ahead and throw in our. We'll wait till, because this will update, so we'll wait until we get a little closer. Then we'll update our VREF speeds for our approach. Just trying to zoom out here and go to our legs page. Like I said, you'll probably get vectors, but alright, so what we'll do, again, getting to that time of descent, so what we'll do, we'll go ahead and walk the airspeed and walk the power back a little bit. You don't want to chop it, because yeah, you don't want to do that. But you will walk the power back a little bit, and then I know last trip we used the vertical speed. This time if you want, we can use speed mode and adjust that. I know I'll just do it from altitude as my final approach fix, and do it to 3,000 feet. And then we'll set speed mode. Now what it's going to do, giving our power setting of 68%, it's going to pitch it's going to pitch to achieve 280 knots. So whatever output, whatever vertical speed you get from that, then that's whatever vertical speed you get. Now, if you need to fly by a vertical speed, then of course we'll jump in vertical speed mode. But and honestly, you can actually adjust your vertical speed using power. So, for example, right now we're descending at 1,300 foot per minute. Let's say we need to, they cleared us down to snow, and we had to be at which actually I think we do. We had to be at snow at I don't know, like 13,000 feet. So basically, what you'll do, I mean, you'll just bring the power back some more, and you'll notice giving that power setting, auto is going to pitch for 280, which in turn will give you an increased rate of descent. I'll try to zoom this down a little bit more. There we go. I'm coming in a little high, and the reason being because I'm going to have to vector myself around to get set up for landing on runway 28, not 28, wow, 18. So I'm coming in a little high. I'm trying to delay as much as I can because last thing you want to do is to descend too early, then you're stuck low, getting bounced around for 70 some odd miles. And yeah, don't want to do that. So like I said, I'm just using my power. And the autopilot functions the same way. Even if you had the auto throttle, it functions the same way. Um, the airspeed and your power settings don't correlate as much as your pitch and your airspeed does. Your 737s, your Airbuses, they all function off that same principle. Difference is the computer does it for you. That, my friends, is the difference. So we're coming down to 16,000 feet. And I'll go ahead and put this guy on auto. Go ahead and leave it on auto. And looks like we're out of the nastiness and we're descending into DFW terminal airspace. So we'll be talking to regional approach if we were talking to anybody. We were not. Oh, engine sync does work, which is kind of cool. Well, according to Matthias Aerosoft, the engine sync works. So I'll take his word for it and assume that engine. I haven't had time to really play with it at all. All right, let's go through a little in range check, fuel, temperatures, radar. Yeah, basically the same thing that we did. You know, yeah, that's what you do. All right, so 14th thou, or it's supposed to be a Jaeger. No, that's way too low. Holy smokes, that's way too low. But what I am going to do, I'm going to go ahead and sync my heading bug, zoom out a little bit, and I know based on my heading, I'm heading northwest or so. You can actually change the format. So I'm heading northwest. So I'm actually going to be landing this way. So basically, we're going to come in, go for downwind, and then base the final, if that makes sense. In theory, that's what we want to do. Once again, strictly in theory, barring no unforeseens. And zoom out. Wait a minute, am I in the wrong setting? I'm in the wrong mode. Thank God for tooltips, I tell you. Because you can't feel the detent, so you don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe it's me. I'm sure it's me. Alright, so we're coming out of 12,000. We're about 25 miles from DFW. And what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and change this speed here to, I like to do 240 knots. We'll do 240 knots. And at the same time, we're not going to double work ourselves, so we're going to give the engines a little break by reducing them to about 40%, about somewhere in the 40s. So, I mean, we were planning our descent far enough in advance so we don't have to like, you know, dump the gear, dump everything, and dive, freaking Yunker style, at 5,000 foot per minute. But at the same time, we don't want to meander too long. Um, at altitude. So, and this is about normal for the terminal area in Dallas. So I'll start walking it down about this far. And listen to some random guy flip a page. You won't be flipping the pages right now. You'll be playing with your little tablet thing there. Just saying. Or iPad or whatever it'll give you. Which yeah, the little the chart cases, yeah, they're gone. No more jet plates. Well, I mean, they are just electronic, but yeah, they're no more. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. All right, approaching 10,000 feet. A little outside view there to give you. Now, I think this is the alpha. I don't know much about painting, but I'm assuming this is like the alpha channel. So yeah, it's a little issue with this model here. Um, I don't know when. Maybe tomorrow I might throw up a stream with the 900. Which the 900 is also a fun airplane. It's just you gotta. It's almost like you're landing two different things. You gotta land your mains first, then you gotta land the nose wheel. But I mean, it's still a fun airplane to fly. And there's seatbelt signs there, so we'll turn on those landing lights. And we'll go ahead and what am I doing? I keep thinking Airbus. We'll turn on that heading mode. And we'll give her a wee bit of power. And the only reason why I'm doing that is, like I said, I want to reduce my rate of descent. So about 60% will do it. Yeah, about 60%, give or take. Alright, so we're at 240 knots. And I'm going to go ahead and change my nav source. And I really wish this yoke would go away, but it won't. So, excuse me. So we'll just scoot up. And we're going to be on VR localizer. But we're not going to get it just yet, because we're too far away still. But as we descend, we'll start being able to ident it. I'm going to tighten that up a little bit. Because realistically, we're still about 30 miles. So about 30 miles out. But I believe we're crossing. Oh, what lake is that? Is this Lake Lavon? I think it's Lake Lavon. I'm from the Dallas area, so fairly familiar with the area. Eventually, I have to find me some Dallas scenery. I think FS Dream Team has some DFW scenery. I've been meaning to look at, but it's just been so much going on. Freaking GTN 750s got upgraded to P3D and all this, and totally should be doing the sterile cockpit right now because I'm below 10,000 feet, but I'm not. So, but it's all good because we're in flight sim. Alrighty. And some airport there. I don't know what's down there. Yeah, it's getting a little bumpy. What's the temperature? 64 degrees, 8,000 feet. That's about right. Yeah, I have to say, freaking, like I say, X-Plane 11 definitely has a strong suit, but I don't know, to me, compared to FXX P3D version 4, it's just a freaking bee's knees. I don't care what anybody says, to me, it's, right now, I'm in the butt crack of Dallas, and I'm looking about 40 frames a second, you know, give or take. And let's say we got some localizer information here. So what I like to do, and actually what the PTS calls for a lot of times, is I'll turn on the marker, and then I'll also want to ident this RLS. Make sure. Normally we would have a chart, and we'll be able to match the Morse code ident, to it. But yeah, we don't. There she goes. There she goes. And actually, I think these newer style avionics, I say newer, but yeah, we know that's you. These newer style avionics, I believe they ident them by the Morse code identifier and produces the localizer name there. Alright, good old city of Dallas here. Nothing good about it, but it's Dallas. So I'm going to go ahead and start bringing some of that speed back that we had built up there at 240 knots. So we'll go ahead and start walking that down. At the same time, we'll start bringing our speed back to, I don't know, 210's a good, depending on your circumstances, it's a good terminal airspeed to be at. It gets you where you need to go quick, but at the same time, you're not, it gives you time for people to see you and you can see them. Well, more time, I guess you could say. Alrighty. Now I'm starting zooming in a little more. Tightening that up. Which there are some storms meandering around northeast Dallas, so uh, yeah, we're getting bumped around quite a bit, so it's a little difficult um, for auto to maintain our speed. But you know what? When in doubt, fly the airplane. So we're gonna go ahead and snag it. What's up? Oh, what's going on, Parker? Parker, how you been, man? Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Crossing 635. My charger, Sam. So far so good. We are on the leg number 2 of 4. So about halfway there. Gonna land back in Dallas Fort Worth, and then we'll be off to the races again to Lubbock, Texas, and back to Dallas Fort Worth. So yeah, we're doing a bunch of quick turns today in the CRJ. Since we've finally been blessed with a decent regional jet for flight sim. uh, they finally shown favor on us and heard our cries for a decent RJ. I'm trying to do it direct too. To you dog, that's cute. All right, cool. Kind of help me out just a little bit. Actually, nav. No, oh, never mind. I changed it. Whoops, never mind. How far away do you dog? 12 miles. All right, cool. I'll start walking this speed back a little bit. And try to pitch for 210 knots. It's a little difficult because it is like 12:30 uh, midday here, so all the little bumps are showing their ugly heads. But it's all good, right? Because we're almost there. Use some trim to help me out. And honestly, I have this, of course, I have the SciTech yoke, and I'm literally flying with just my 4 fingers there, getting it trimmed out, and getting it trimmed out, and letting the airplane settle and do its thing. Got DFW off to our left here, about 9 o'clock or so. And zoom in a little bit to give me some more situational awareness. We're about 10 DME out, so once we get to 3 grand, which I believe is our final approach fix altitude, then we'll start kicking in some flaps and gear, getting this party started. 1 to go. And I believe our VREF speed was 134, but we'll go ahead and set that. I think it's probably like 122 now. Yeah, like what is it? 132, I'm sorry. I'm blind. Go ahead and idle them guys out. Should be low enough now. Alright, so we should be trying to capture. And I know there's been some complaints with the not being able to view the gauges. That's fine. I'll just zoom them out, and that tends to help me out a little bit. gonna start my turn here because I know that localizer is about to come alive just a little bit. Add a little bit of power. And because I know once I add some flaps, I'm gonna catch that glide slope. I'll just ride a glide slope the rest of the way down. And you're down. Alright, add some more flaps. And I need to arm my reversers, but it's a little difficult when you're trying to hand fly this thing. So got the outer marker right there. A little bit of a crosswind, so I'm gonna set my crab up. Throw some more flaps in now. And reversers engaged. Are armed. And throw in my foul notch of flaps. I'm gonna owl this thing out until she gets settled. Go ahead and verify that altimeter setting. Alright, so we're gonna have to start trimming her out. Easing that power back in.
1,000.
Just get that power setting level and lined out and let the airplane fly the approach. Bit of a wind change there.
500.
Bring in a little bit more power. Just a wee bit.
400.
And let's keep in mind, we're not going to chop the power at 50 feet. We're going to fly the airplane onto the runway.
200.
I'm going visual now.
100.
Yes, I know, glide slope. Keep the power in.
50. 40.
Keep the power in. Work it back, work it back,
20.
work it back.
10.
Idle it out. There we go. Alright, get the mains down there and bring down the old nose. And bring in those reversers there and a little brake to sweeten the deal. There we go. Alright, 60 knots, first lights out. Get my bearings. Alright, cool. We'll exit the next available taxiway. And no need to get in a ginormous rush to get off the runway. I mean, it's a rush, but I mean, if they have to go around, they have to go around. But ultimately, you want to be as safe as you can vacating, because let's see, what was it? My second solo cross country, almost killed myself trying to in Tucson, trying to vacate too early. And I was in a little 172 SP, and I went, of course, I'm sure most of you guys know it's a tricycle configuration. Well, somehow I turned it into a two-wheel configuration, and yeah, it was kind of interesting. But yeah, so take whatever time you need to slow down. They got to go around, they'll go around. All right, go ahead and clean this airplane up. And I would like to get my APU on, but I can't now because I'm taxiing, so it's all good. All right, one more trip to go. As soon as we taxi, half a mile to freaking to the freaking terminal. And need to get settled so I can turn off my landing lights and all that fun stuff. But alrighty, let's see. Our landing lights off, strobe lights on. I mean off. And a few seconds. There we go. APU on there. Alright, go ahead and bring out some of that power. Make a turn. Oh man. Well, I guess it could be worse. It could be like Atlanta or LAX or something like that. Oh man, it took forever. They take forever. Alright, and we're gonna idle her up. And boop, right there. Oh man. Alright, parking brakes on. Bless you. Get those hydraulics off. Beacon off. Probes off. Windshield off. Boost pumps off. And side off. Alrighty. So, doors. Open the door. Jetway. Rails are down. I'm back. Hi, Yanni. How's it going? Whew. Alrighty. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, cool. So, yeah, we're back in Dallas Fort Worth. We're on leg 2 of 4. We're actually about to begin leg 3 of 4. Dallas Fort Worth to Lubbock Regional Airport, or International, whichever you want to call it. Kilo Lima Bravo Bravo. So I've already got the flight plan semi-made out. So we're gonna go ahead and PFPX is showing them late. That's fine. Okay. Flight's pretty quick, like 252 miles, so not terribly far. Too terribly far, at least. So let me. Oh my gosh, I have so many profiles in here. All right, so random. So we're going to all right, we got a load of 67 souls on board. And compute flight. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. You guys can't even see what I'm doing. There we go. All right, so, yeah, so the planned cruising speed is Mach 0.74. Thank you for the sub. Cruise speed Mach 0.74, 266 miles, 46 minutes. Release fuel of 4,500 pounds, give or take. So, the route will be pretty simple. Coyote 8 out to direct to Lubbock. Pretty simple. Super simple. So bring you guys back there. All right, cool. And figure out what the heck I'm doing. All right. So yeah, we just landed literally from Baton Rouge. And we're about to go ahead and get our passengers loaded. We had 69, so we'll go back down to 67 and see 4,000 was the release fuel load. So we'll do 4,500. 4,500. Nah, I'll do like 46. I'll do 47. Because I can do it. Alright, what was the weight? Let's see, so we got 1,600 pounds of bags on board and 3,000 pounds of cargo. Good lord, what we're hauling. Oh my gosh, what is this freaking UPS? Oh dude, no, I'm not hauling 3,600 pounds of cargo. We'll do 800. Let's do 800 pounds. Oh my gosh, and recompute. Descend for a depth of 600 meters and recompute. I'm sorry, that was Hunt for October. Couldn't do it. Couldn't help myself. Alright. So, wait a minute, what? 45? Oh, so, okay, so 43. Alright, so, no, I don't want to lose that much. Nah, alright, we'll do like 45 or something like that. Give me a little playroom. Alright, so, let's go back to my, alright, so 46, what's the cruising altitude? 39,000 feet. Holy smokes. You really want to do 39,000 feet? Oh my gosh. It's wee high. I really don't want to do 39 for that. I mean, I'll do, let's do 25. We'll do 25 because that's, sometimes you have to take professional flight plan rates with a grain of salt because it doesn't have all of the variables, you know. But yeah, realistically, for 250 years, yeah, you won't be doing that. So, let's go ahead and try to. I think I said thanks before, but I'll definitely do it again. Bam! Like, all right, cool. All right, so now we got that going. What we'll do here, we'll load, and we'll go ahead and jump back to our fine. And so we're doing, actually delete, boop, delete, boop. Alright, so now we'll do Kilo Delta Foxtrot Whiskey connect to Kilo Lima Bravo Bravo connect. And so we're going to be taking probably 1/8 left, which is cool. I can do 1/8, yeah, I can do 1/8 left. So 1/8 left to Coyote via Coyote 8 and to Lima Bravo Bravo. So execute. And that's basically it, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to be landing on runway 8. Landing on runway 8. So I guess we're going to have to do like RNAV or something weird. That's cool. Vectors for that. Alright, leg wind. Very interesting. Not been there before. Alright, so what do we say? 25,000? So we'll do 25,000. Yeah, that's, because 39, that's, I mean, yeah, yeah. So once again, we'll set payload and copy that. All of our performance initialization information and VNav, and let's see, Coyote 8, and it's going to be discontinuity, which that's fine. Legs, yeah, that's fine. I know it's going to be discontinuity. So other than that, I think that is, what's the temperature? 92. We're going to throw like 54 in there for like a flex temp. I mean, we can. I don't think it'll take it though because it's already derated, but so it should be good there. Alright, so we gotta set our control panel here to 25,000, give or take. And I'm just going to totally pass it. Am I dropping frames? Yes, I am. That's my connection dipping out. That's fine. Nothing I can do with that. Alright, so 25,000. Everything looks good. Partition of pear tree. Jump up in here and V-speed, bam. Alright, cool, we're ready to go. Alright, so now that we have deplaned, we'll go ahead and board. We'll be on our way to excuse me, we'll be on our way to what's that place called? Man, what is that place called? Love it. So they got the little shimmering effects there. I think that's shimmer. Is that shimmer? I can tell. Alrighty. So looks like while they're boarding up, we'll go ahead and get the APU going. Packs are on. Alright, we'll go ahead and remove all of this. Get rid of that, and heck, I think we're about ready to go. Go ahead and close this door. Close the forward cargo hatch. And wait for this guy to move his crap, and we'll be good to go. Be all set. So let's go ahead and remove the jet bridge. Cool, boarding completed. Alright, so let's go ahead and get ground on the horn. Take off, be to the west. Oh, shit, I didn't close the door. Whoops. There we go. Alright, you're shut now. Let's go. Let's go. Whoops. Alright, let's go ahead and kick the tires and light the fires there, and boost pumps on, and doot, 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 doot. Alright. Wait for 20%. There we go. Alright, so I got number 2 lit. Clear cells on the left. Then go ahead and start the left engine. Got good into increase there. Wait for it to come on up to about 20%. And bam, 20% right there. And watch that ITT. And our number 1 compressor is spinning up. Alright, parking brake set. And got number 1 lit. Oil pressure, oil temp looks good. Vibration looks good. Alright, so we'll go ahead and get our flap set to takeoff configuration, get our pitot and our window heat on. Even though it's 92 degrees, we're still going to do it. We're still going to do it. APU off. Let's see here. While I'm thinking about it, go ahead and set our nav source to FMS. And alright, should be good to go. And if we're not, that's cool. We'll be alright. Oh my gosh, come on. We know. Make sure. And all that's off. Okay, cool. Alright. You're done. Have a good trip. Okay, good. Alright, so we're a little heavy, so like I said, we're going to bring in a little bit of power to get us rolling. And if you're just jumping in, welcome. We are flying from Dallas-Fort Worth to Lubbock, which will be leg 3 of 4. And it'll be a return trip back from Lubbock, and we will be done. For me, at least. For me, at least. May check on a few other guys. Shout out to DFW, AADFW. And some others out there who loves to provide really, really good entertainment. That was kind of random, some guy coughing. I don't know, like, why would you add that? I don't know. That's just, you know, we're not even bothering with the taxi checklist or anything like that. We're just going to add some random guy coughing. You know, I mean, I could do that, you know. But yeah, right now in Dallas it is a hot and balmy 92 degrees. Very warm. So I am not expecting much performance taking off from here, nor do I expect much performance in Lubbock because it's probably just as hot, if not hotter. So we're probably going to lose quite a bit of runway. Quite a bit of runway. But that's cool though, because we got plenty of it here in DFW. Not so much in Lubbock, but we got pretty good bit here in DFW. Still got a little bit of overcast because it was kind of stormy this morning, but they haven't. I got a feeling we're probably going to be getting some quite a bit of vertical development late evening today. So all that moisture is probably going to be firing off here this evening. So hopefully, what is it, 1300? So hopefully we'll be making our way back by 2:40-ish. Hopefully, it's 1300 now. So well, no, actually maybe a little earlier than that. So be able to beat some of that weather coming back. Little warm breaks here. Alrighty. Alright. Probably bring up speed things up. Using the brakes just a little bit, kind of have me slow down. Oh man, hold on. There we go. There we go. That's a good boy. Bring in throttle. Get me on up here so we can go. And hopefully the plan is to take off, fly runway heading, catch TTT, Tingle, and be on our way westbound. That's the plan at least. Go ahead and tune up to old tower. See if we can give us a rolling start. Of course you will. I need a what's that? Crap. Shortcut, keyboard shortcut for Toga. That would help a lot. Alrighty, runway 18 left, almost clear, clearance received, and you're lined up, and take off. There we go, take off power set. Engine instruments within limits. Airspeed's allowed. 8 knots. Fast. Alright, V1, rotate. V2. Pause rate climb. Gear up. You know, sometimes, I have to ask myself, even in real life, you make those calls 1,000 times, but when you actually call V1 and something actually does happen, are you ready to act? you know. Nah, I left my markers on. Shut up. There we go. Alright, so go ahead and make a Oh my gosh, I gotta remove that. And yeah, we're a little aggressive in the climb out, but that's fine. Let's see, 230. There we go. Get her nice and trimmed out. I'll go ahead and hit that. And just a tip, and this is within the airplane that's equipped with the 3-axis autopilot. When you engage the autopilot, please, 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 please make sure that the airplane is somewhat trimmed out prior to engaging the autopilot. I don't care if you're in a 747, any I'm assuming non-fly-by-wire because auto trim and everything, but any non-fly-by-wire aircraft, just trim it out prior to engaging autopilot because yeah, you'll get the otherwise you'll get that jerking motion as the airplane tries to do your job and trim the airplane for you, and so it kind of don't ask me how I know, just all right, 10,000 feet, and we're gonna climb. We're gonna do 270 this time, climb about 270 knots. I'm gonna hold off on the. You know what? Let's go ahead. No, I'm talking about this. I'm trying to. It should be fine. I'm going to turn off the fast seatbelt signs. Actually, they're in auto, so it should be off now. And zoom out. So basically, we're just going to be flying the Coyote 8 departure all the way to Lubbock. Excuse me. 25 or so thousand feet. Zoom out there, let you take a peek at her. Alright, yeah, but it's much better on the west side. I was a little worried coming back from Baton Rouge. It was bumpy. I mean, it wasn't. I mean, it's bumpy now, but it wasn't nowhere near as hairy as coming out of Louisiana. Actually, I'm probably gonna turn on that seatbelt sign just in case. And another thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and set our radios back to auto tune. Oh man. Other than that, should be a fairly quick flight, like 40 minutes. So, land, get in Lubbock, do another turn, and head back to Dallas. The joys of a regional crew. Good fortune is on. Following the checklist. Getting close to 18,000 feet. But I mean, so far, I've been running this sim, let's see, for about 4 hours now. I've been running this stream for about 4 hours. I haven't had a CTD yet. haven't had to restart the sim, haven't had to reload the aircraft. So, um, and transition altitude, so cross check to 29 or 29 altimeter. Um, so as far as stability, just on my rig, of course you can look on the CPU-Z link there. I got my specs on there. Um, but as far as my rig, it runs great. I don't have any issues at all. Stability wise, I mean, of course, a little bug here and there. But stability wise, no problems at all. Um, a problem that I do think happens, and I think happens in a lot of cases, you know, um, a lot of the developers, on some of their stats have like, oh, well, it's been tested by real pilots and blah, 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 blah. And, I mean, of course, I have my ratings as well, but at the same time, I've been dealing with computers for over 10 years, and I've been, um, I that's actually my degree. I didn't get aviation, whatever, or anything like that, but you know, um, but you know, um, being a beta tester is great, but I think sometimes having, it's different. Of course, having, the expert, analysts to be able to tell you, hey, what's working, what's supposed to be there, what's not supposed to be there is one thing. But I'm gonna be honest with you. There are some aviators out there that are not very computer literate, or I'm not saying computer literate, but I guess in terms of understanding stability of software. And so they may fly it for 10 minutes, and it's like, oh, this is great. This works wonders. But you know, I mean, that's only a small part of it. I mean, really testing software is running it, for long periods of time, because you have to understand. I mean, some guys, especially, well, I guess you could say myself. I mean, I'm at 4 hours and 3 minutes now. And honestly, I don't know how many regional pilots out there who are still functioning as regional pilots have just 4 hours of free time, even when they're off, because 9 times out of 10, when they're off, they're catching up with their family. So, um, I mean, I guess that's from what I've been reading, and like I said, I've been dealing with flight sim for over 10 years, and with computers and IT for a similar amount of time, and that's what I've known. So like, oh well, it's been tested by real world, operators of the aircraft, blah 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 blah. But you load it up and it runs like crap because they only know to, they're only testing the dynamics, they're only testing the systems, blah blah, but they're not so much as testing the back end. And which I'm not going to say that's all developers. I'm just saying there are some, it seems like they throw that up in the features list and think that's going to sell a whole bunch of copies, which I guess it does. But when you tell, as far as me, when somebody tells me, oh well, this has been tested by operators of the actual aircraft, I'm like, okay, that's great. So at least I know it should function as a real aircraft should. But as far as overall um, the overall consistency of the software and the construction of the software and the performance of the software on the back end is, to me, what makes an add-on. So um, to me, that's just as important as, I mean, flight dynamics. Honestly, I mean, flight dynamics don't do you any good if you're getting OM errors or something like that, or you're getting CTDs and you shouldn't get CTDs and stuff like that. So I think that's why a lot of stuff gets missed. You know, I mean, systems are important. I mean, that's great, but a lot of things get missed. Like I said, hopefully, maybe sometime soon I'll be able to jump into 900 and take that out for a spin. Eventually. Let's see here. Let's go ahead. Ho, 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 ho. Sorry about that. Oh, alright, let's see what we got going on here. 35 minutes to Lubbock. 183 nautical miles out, well 182. And I think we're going to be, what did I say? We're going to be flying, what was it? RNAV into, yeah, runway 18, RNAV approach. Let's see, vector, yeah, okay. I remember that, alright. That's sad. I should totally remember this, I don't. Air flight plan call for RNAV approach into runway 18. Weather in Lubbock. Let's see. 040 at 13, gusting 18. So that's gonna be interesting. Ooh, all right. Let's see. I see a little negative, 514 pounds. That'll change when we get closer, and then we can fix that discontinuity. In fact, what we'll do here, we'll go ahead and Chris, that's supposed to be direct to level. What we'll do is go direct. There we go. Execute. And there we're doing Mach 0.75, which flight plan called for Mach 0.74, so we might get there a little bit ahead of schedule. Just a little bit. And let's see. 5,100. 7. Alright, cool. That's what I figured. So we'll probably start. Our TOD will probably be, let's say, probably 100, 120 or so out from Lubbock. And that should set us up nicely for the RNAV, which will probably turn into a visual for runway. What was it? 8? Yeah, runway 8. So right now the winds are kind of gusty there, but it's clear. It's VMC all the way, but it's just windy as all get out. Which that's cool. That honestly has to be expected of West Texas. It's a small town. It's just gonna be pretty breezy. Actually, I go ahead and put this guy down the auto. There we go. that turn right about now. Let's turn a little bit, something slight. Just let roll. Orbx releases all airports for. Sorry, I'm reading the news. Not that you would do this while you're. But yeah. Airports. I got you. Okay. Flight to Philadelphia encounters severe turbulence. Wow. Interesting. Oh man. All right, so we're about 20 minutes out now. 23 minutes out. Let's zoom. Kind of awkward angle. That's to make room for the jump seat, I suppose. I guess I don't know. CRJ is like a breed of its own. Honestly, it's just weird. It's weird. Alrighty. Yeah, this is nowhere near as eventful as the Baton Rouge run. It was. Wow. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah, we were skewed Mach .77. Actually, I'm gonna bring that down just a little bit. Try not to burn unnecessary fuel. We want to get there, but I think the flight plan calls for .74 and we're at .7. Right now we're at .76. So we want to get there. We don't want to end up on fumes doing it. Right now we're about 910 pounds in the left tank and 1,000 pounds, right at 1,000 on the right tank. So I mean we're good. It's just you don't want to keep your reserves. Try to at least. I'm probably gonna start my descent here in a little bit. find range at? Normally the in-range call is made about 15 miles. Well, not 15 miles, of course. About 15 minutes out. So about 15 minutes out, we'll call in range. I normally call in range. How many souls on board? Specials, or if there's a special being a wheelchair. So that'll be American, whatever, in range. 69 on board, 3 specials. And, that way they can, especially the outstations, sometimes they don't have a jet bridge, and some of your customers who are more or unable to go down the air stairs, they will have to actually get a ramp out. And most of these outstations are ran by the same person who checks you in, so um, they'll have to get help, whatever they need to do to get it out there, and deplane you. Alright, so start working that power back. Now, I won't go ahead and do speed mode. I'm putting in speed mode, 280 knots. And go ahead and set my altitude. And let's see, what's my running? Alright, so it'll be 3,000, so we'll set it about 5,000 feet. Now shoot it. Bam, put it back in there. There we go. And bring that back up to 280. Alright, so right now it's sitting at 280 knots. I'm going to help it out a little bit. I'm going to add some power. Descend, there we go. No, we don't want to do 227. We want to descend at 180. There we go. Now she's going to try to chase it. Right now, I don't want to remove too much thrust. The reason being is because if we do, the rate of descent is going to be excessive. It's going to be, it's going to be ridiculous. So I'm keeping the power in. I'm keeping about 60% in one, and all the while kind of watching my speed tape there. And once I get to 280, then I can start removing power. Even now, it's going down about 3,200 foot per minute, which isn't terrible. But once it gets to the fours and all that, it starts to try to chase it and gets weird. So, you never want to really try to just chop power and kind of hope for the best, because it freaks out. Don't want to do it. Alright, now it's kind of work the power back and bring it down to about 50% in one, and let the airplane settle out. position altitude, so go ahead and get the altimeter setting back in there. Add a little power. Oh man. Ooh, one more leg. One more leg after this. And honestly, realistically, we would probably be on our, let's see, 8 trips a day. We're probably on our 5th trip, depending. If everything's on schedule for 5th trip. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and start walking power back. This is 240. Let's see, 50 miles out. And a little speed. Alright, 10,000 feet. Running lights on. Seatbelt shine. Seatbelt sign should be coming on here in a minute. There we go. And of course, you'd be calling, making your in-range call by now. In-range, whatever, you know, no specials, whatever. Whatever. I'm going to arm our thrust reversers, which I still think is Weird, but whatever. I say it's weird, but I mean there's several aircraft where the thrust reversers are need to be armed. I know some citation models you have to arm them. Lears, some of the, especially the older Lears, they require thrust reversers are required to be armed. All right, gonna slow up a little bit here. About what, 30 some miles an hour. Slow up a little bit, about 210 knots. The usual. And at the same time, I'm gonna reduce thrust. Alright, I'll jump over here to Dave, or whatever this guy's name is, or Tool, or whatever. And V-speed, set and landing. So, VREF and everything is set now. And go ahead and idle out. Alright, let's see, you're supposed to be 5,100 feet. Okay, bit settlement. I think, yeah. Like, yeah. Some low visibility in Lubbock today. All that lovely smog, or whatever it is. Power. And hopefully next stream I'll be able to get us in some a little more scenery than this. I know it's kind of bland, it's kind of but this is where the regional aircraft are going. You know, you're rarely gonna see a CRJ-700 unless it's going on like a ferry flight or something, fly from hub to hub. Very seldom. Unless it's one of those flights where it's like relocating equipment and it's somehow a revenue flight, which seldom happens anymore. Alright, so it should be approaching 500 feet. And while we're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and set our heading bug. Try to parallel that runway. Airbus, it's not Airbus. Alright. There we go. Start slowing down to about 180. Trying to think, have I flown? No, I don't think I've ever flown a little bit. I think probably what we're going to do, we're probably going to just make our basic final at CABC or whatever, and keep it short, since time is indeed money. So, man. she should turn that. I'm gonna add some slats to make her happy because I'm gonna try to keep this as tight as possible. Now a little more power. Alright, I'm going to begin my configuration for landing and drop my gear as well. And this is the point where you start using your available resources and start that descent and work the power back at the same time using vertical speed. Alright, so throw some more flaps in there. And I'm just gonna idle her out. I'm helping my not gonna fire, just gonna idle her out and lose some speed, and once she gets lined out there we'll grab her and we'll fly the landing. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and grab her at this point. I think we're good. Give auto a break here real quick. Alright, go ahead and get another notch of flaps in there. And final notch flaps.
1,000.
And it is gusty, so I have to be mindful of that.
Sink rate.
Yes, I know.
Sink rate.
I know.
500.
Got a little lower than what I need to go. Okay, here we go. Alright. I knew I was close.
400.
Add a little power. It's not the speed that's the concern of the wind, it's the variation.
200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Tail.
Alright, there we go. Versus engaged. A little bit on the brake and got some wind caught me a little bit. Alright, 60 knots, first lights out. Alright, there we go. Alright, go ahead and exit the runway environment and clean up this airplane. Actually a fairly big airport. I don't know why it was so big. Did not realize it was so big. task here and get this APU on. My strobe lights off, landing lights off, taxi lights on, more or less for identification purposes and navigating during the daylight. And I like to go ahead and turn this off. Go ahead and turn in our. Alright, so it looks like the APU is ready, so we'll go ahead and start the APU. Try to aim for a brisk taxi back to the gate. And get ready for a last leg of the trip, gentlemen. Last leg of the trip. It's not bad, about 40 minutes. Not too terribly bad. Where do I get to the gate here? I need to get to the gate. I think it's right here. I think I make a left, then a right. Yep, I think so. Yep, I do. Also being mindful of my brake temps, especially with the quick turnaround times. You need actually need at least a minimum of 30 minutes. Just for your bloody brakes to cool down to a reasonable temperature, especially when it's actually it's not too bad in Lubbock, 85 degrees, depending on where you're at, isn't too bad. Not too bad. My brakes about 2. Okay. We'll have to be mindful of that. Alright, APU's on available. Alright, cool. Get there eventually. I want to slow down, but not this much. And that's another thing to kind of keep in mind, especially airports that are a little higher in elevation than normal. I mean, this is right now we're at 3,300 feet in elevation. Lubbock kind of sits on the plateau, and 85 degrees is not bad, but you definitely notice it when it gets up into the 90s, especially for the breakaway thrust for taxi gets substantially higher. A lot of times you'll have to use, right now we're at 27%, right? A lot of times you have to use 35, 35% just so you can get it rolling, especially when you're heavy. When you're light, it's not so much. You probably barely even notice the difference, but especially when you're heavy, it takes a little more breakaway for us to get the airplane moving. And you do use substantially more runway on takeoff. So get here into the gate, and get ready for the last leg of the trip. to catch this gate right here at 12 o'clock. So we'll go ahead and nose is lined up. I believe we should be able to idle all the way there. Oh yeah, that's gonna be awesome. Yeah. And zoom out since we don't have a gate agent to help us out. And there we go. Alright, parking brake on. Alright, hydraulics off. Beacon light on. Probes off. Window heat off. Pumps off. Go ahead and get chalked up. Jocks. Yeah. We'll go ahead and hook up ground power. Put a less of a strain on the APU, but we'll allow it to give us air for air conditioning. That's off. Both those guys are off. Open up the doors. Bam. I've open, main exit. Get the jetway down. Force deboarding. And American. Alright guys, and while it's doing that, I'm going to run for a potty break and we'll get ready for our last leg. Be right back. legs in 5 hours. That is about right. That is about right. Normally the day probably will start at like 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m. But all right, let's get the show on the road. All right, let's see here. Woo, full load. So 45 minutes. What's the route? Lubbock direct to SPS UKW4. All right. Oh, flight plan page. We'll go ahead and delete that. Delete that. Bravo, and then we're going ADFW. Then we're gonna go pretty simple, direct LBB and direct SPS and direct UKW4 Uniform Kilo Whiskey 4 Uniform Kilo Whiskey 4. Bang! Oh, never mind. Sorry. Got ahead of myself. Man, I'm so ready. Okay. All right. So, and normally at this point of the process, the passengers are pretty much all deplaned. They're getting the last few bags. They're getting ready to make the boarding call for passengers. Normally, the FO's doing this. Um, or sometimes the captain, depending on who wants to get a break outside. But if it's like 1,000 degrees, 9 times out of 10, the FO will be outside doing post flight. But go ahead and SPS. So I mean, Captain or FO will be doing this while everybody's getting boarded. And like I said, these short routes, a lot of times these are saved as well. So I mean, if it's the you know same dance, different song, or same song, different dance, whatever, then they'll just pull it up from other company routes, which makes life a lot easier especially when you're doing these meet like today. All right, so looking for. Oh gosh, I love Dallas weather. In the mornings, you're coming out 1-8. In the evenings, it's freaking 3-1. I mean, you just cannot win. I mean, the threes. Now you're heading landing north, so cannot win in Dallas. So yeah, it'll be probably like a downwind or a base. I'm trying to think. So coming from it'll be a downwind and base from. So all right, last leg, last leg. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. All right. Am I missing something, or is it just not? Or am I not seeing the runways here? Four. Yeah, there's like no runways here. Let's try that way. All right. What is it? 3-1 right. Can you give me? Can you give me 3-1 left? That'd be awesome. That'd be great. Can you give me 3-1 left? 3.5 center. Let's do that. 3.5 center. No, it's not gonna give me. Oh, there we go. All right, KDFW4, SBS, and then Rama. Yeah, we do Rama. All right. Cool. That looks about right. What's our cruising altitude? 39,000. Nope, you can go screw yourself. Let's do. Let's see, 39. Let's do. Heck, we can do 20. Actually, we can do 31. Yeah, we can do 31. Wait a minute, but at the same time, that's 70. What's the weight looking like? 1,680 pounds. So, I mean, it's not horrible, but then at the same time, I don't know. I'm gonna have to, let me do this weight. Let me do the weights real quick and I have to think about that. Let me do my payload here so we can get out of here. Alright, so we're 70. We're fully loaded. They probably oversold this flight, so we're freaking loaded now. 1,300. My gosh, a lot of freaking cargo. 1,300. 69 out. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do 1,300. So that's what? So that's 29. And some change. Fuel. What's the release fuel here? What's the release fuel? 4,000. That's 4,000. We can't carry much more than that. That's for sure. So we'll go ahead and load her down and copy this data over. Tell you what, we'll do 27,000. I'll just. Alright, let's jump over here and get our wins. 20, interpolate a little bit. 284 at 22. 24 at 22. So give us a little bit of a tail on. That'd be kind of nice. So we can hurry up and get back. Awesome. Alright, cool. So, got our weights, got our packs. So we got 70 on board, 2,900 pounds of bags and cargo, and 5,000 pounds of fuel on board. Alright, so V speeds. 130, 130, 130. Alright, that's not bad. So go ahead and load that. That looks good. So now what we'll do, we'll uncheck all this and go ahead and preload. While we're doing that, we'll go ahead and board. We'll go ahead and board. What did I say? What did I say, Stalker? 27,000? Yeah, 27,000 feet. Alright, so get those signs on and turn the APU on. Telling you, you got to move, you got to move. Yeah. So that off. We'll leave the wheel chocks down for now. That is one cool feature. That little door there makes life much easier for the ramp agents, especially when they're trying to get plane side bags or you're waiting for your bag there. You know, all they do is walk up to it. You know, a lot of times they'll be able to grab it. Sometimes somebody have to dive in there and into the bin and get it. But most of the times they can just walk up to it and grab plain side bags or whatnot and get them loaded. And they'll mostly load the heavies in the back. So we are waiting for bags at the moment. All right, now everything else is set. We're ready to go. In fact, you can hit the toggle button just to get your flight director ready, and just wait. It should be coming around here somewhere. Is that board already? Okay. Wow, there are the bags. And how much you want to bet it's going to cut across the grass? Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Do what you gotta do. So we're ready to go. We're just waiting on bags here at the moment. Guess I'll get off here and finish my Star Wars trilogy. I was working on. I land. The bags are in yet? Yep, there they go. There they go. Cool. It's time, it's money. You got to get these folks onto your connecting flight. And get us done for the day. In case you're just jumping in, welcome. We're on the last leg of this 4-leg trip. Um, Basically, a good half day. Um, if you're one of the realism nuts out there, about a good half a day run. And just getting ready here to leave out of Lubbock and head on back to Dallas, and that'll be it. That'll be it. We got the passenger door open. Wait a minute, that van door should be. Is it my eyes or is that bin door doesn't show open? Oh, never mind, never mind. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They're showing. So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and close that forward door. We'll also go ahead and close the main exit. We don't need that. And they should be almost done. Yeah, they're done. Alright, good. Good. So get the hell out of here. Alright, so go ahead and close that aft door there. Pull that gate. I need to, alright, go to ground. Oh my gosh, I didn't want that. No, I don't want catering. I did not want catering. Let's see here. I have to reset it. Oh man, I totally did not want catering. Reset position. There we go. All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna be departing to the east. I say 3.5 left, so that's changed. Lovely. Alright, so now we know where we're going to be heading. I'll push back. American, point me to the left. Please don't screw that up. Alright, so we're good to go. Throw our prop page here. Make sure all of our pumps on, looks good, APU looks good. This comes on, this is a bug. So no biggie on that. Go back to our stat page. And what's get our CG back in order. 8.3. Oh shoot, hold on. Okay, go ahead and get the chocks. There we go. Alright, so go ahead and make sure we're clear on the right side, clear on the right, and start on the right. And as usual, wait for the magic 20%. Do, 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 20%. Alright, cool. Now jingle. Alright, so got a good ITT. Looks like it's behaving. N2's coming up. N1's rolling up. Alright, cool. Looks like it's stabilized there. So we're going to have to make sure we're clear on the left. Starting left. Wait for that magic 20%. And, you know, ooh, here's some thunder. Alright, there we go. And I say 20%. It really depends on, I know the manual said 20%, but it really depends on the company's SOP. Some companies want you to motor the engines a little longer, depending on certain factors and stuff like that. Some of them want you to turn them on a little earlier. It just depends. But you're accomplishing the same thing. You're, bringing in fuel. You know. I mean, honestly, as long as it's not stupidly low to where you risk a hot start, something like that, then you're good. All right, parking brake set. Go ahead and same deal here. Get our flap set. Get our window heats on, our probes on, all that loveliness on. And since we got our engines fired up, we don't need that, so we'll don't need APU, so we'll go ahead and turn off the APU. Alright, cool, that looks good, that looks good. And see, runway heading is going to be 3.5, so we'll go ahead and pre-select our heading. And my bad, yeah, I spelled the wrong thing. In case you're wondering, it's like, is that the right one? No, it's not the right one. That's the course. That's to set your course. I'm getting ahead of myself. 5 hours and 13 minutes. Holy smokes. This is definitely one of my longer streams, that's for sure. Five hours. Alright, we ready? We're good? We're good? We're good? Can't see you though. Let's see if I can scoot back. There you go. We're done? Alright, good. Alright, taxi. We are quite heavy, so it's going to take a little bit to get us going. Take a little bit to get her going. She'll be alright. But I will have to say though, out of all of the add-ons, I have to say probably FS Labs, following Majestic, probably has some of the most spot-on ground handling physics there is in flight sim. And honestly, it's probably the only aircraft that I can legitimately, depending on the weight, turn off one engine and actually taxi the bloody thing on a single engine without, unrealistic amounts of thrust to keep it going. By far, it's probably one of the most realistic. Alright. Looks like 3-5's pretty close, so. There we go. Then coast on down. Get out of here and put Lubbock on her tail. Flight control check. Got that takeoff okay notification there. Alright. Alright. Oops. Sorry. I know we're about to get clearance, so it's. Oops. Alright. Go ahead and turn that heading mode on. Get lined up. Get myself adjusted. Alright. Zero it up there and take off. Take off power set. Engine instruments and limits. Airspeed's live. Still got that wind there, so be mindful of that. flaps in accordance to the schedule. Alright, flaps up. Climb thrust engaged. And we're going to go ahead and do a direct to out of here. Direct to SPS. Execute. Alright. Set our climb here to 230 knots. This is when automation comes in handy when you've been flying for 5 or so hours throughout the day, and you just want auto to take the bloody things. Like here you go, take it. Alright, seatbelt sides off. Go ahead and line her up to about 200, and we'll do 290. Turn that off. Yeah. There we go. Alright, so ground speed looking like 357 knots. Yeah, we should get there in pretty good time. I keep saying in my mind, last leg, last leg, last leg. Look at that. Come on, what? 22,000 feet. Cool. $23,000. Alright. 226 miles ago. Ground speed of 430 knots. Oh yeah, we should be. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I said, probably my next stream, I'll probably jump into 900 and make some trips up north, maybe. That'll be maybe tomorrow, of course, because it was 5 hours and 29 minutes. 5 hours of 29 minutes. Also, guys, just a reminder, if you like it, whatever, cool, awesome, man, be sure to hit me a like or shoot me with a subscribe. Let me know if, let me know what needs to change or whatever. I know my audio was pretty bad last time. I'm working on that, and I'll have a mic on the way here soon that will give you some much better audio. Alright, so we're at 27,000. I'm gonna start walking this power back just a little bit. About 80. About 80% in one. Let's see what that gives me. Alright, right now we're about 79% in one and Mach 0.74, so that's pretty good. FPS. And I think the time of descent should be, yeah, should be getting reached to top of descent here in a minute. But of course, you know, like I said, as you can see, have made not one correction to my to the throttle since we initially began the climb. So like I said, very stable machine. We guys did decide to pull the trigger on it. No, I've had like no issues with it at all. Awesome airplane. Definitely worth the time if you decide to purchase it. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and wait before I start the descent. I'm going to hold off just a little bit since we have to make that downwind leg past DFW. I don't want to descend too terribly early. At least, yeah. I'll zoom in just a little bit. Alright, yeah, we'll go ahead and start. Go ahead and adjust our altitude. Go ahead and hit 5,000. Ease those throttles back. And dial in that speed mode. Oh, almost there. Excuse me. Whew. But needless to say, I'm definitely going to have to do some editing on this stream for sure, because I'm not going to have anybody somebody sit here and watch 5.5 hours straight. ah. So I'll try to add little notes to. Because me personally, as far as watching other people stream, I think the most important things is like the takeoffs, landings, maybe a little bit of cruise here and there, and that's about it. You know what I mean? So I'll finish this up, crank up some Star Wars, geek out a little bit, and play with the kids and edit this video. So um, those who did hang out for quite some time, I appreciate it. I really do. I know we all have things to do, and taking the time out to watch somebody, do something to me, means a little bit. Doesn't make this world seem like it's so crappy. Alrighty, so getting close to UKW. If I had to buy like 5 miles from UKW, so I'm gonna go ahead and dial this thing down to 289. So it's like that's what the plan's calling for here. So 68 miles out from DFW. And while I'm here running my mouth, let me go to my legs page. Alright, so that's at 35 Charlie, so I need to go here. I need to look up 35 Charlie. Yeah, it's like 5,000 different. There we go. Alright, 110.30. Radio 110.30. 110.30. Boop. Dial in my course, which is basically that. Yeah. What's this saying here? 356 per the plate. We'll do 356. So we got our radar is saying we got a little weather. Visually, I don't see it. Must be embedded. Yeah, I just want me to slow to 220, 11,000 feet here in a little bit. Blah. Alrighty. Now at this point, I'll try to idle up and slow down at the same time. And what I might do, I might bring in some spoiler to help us meet those constraints. And once we hit Siler or whatever, I think Rama's next. What we'll do, we'll make a right downwind for 3.5. Zoom in. That should be fine. So let's go ahead and try to do some kind of checklist here. In range check. Altimeter set. And yeah, we'll be calling in range like 6 minutes ago. In range, TKS radar set. Oh, alright, cool. probably not going to make it. I get close. I don't think we're going to make 11,250. Actually, what we'll do, we'll probably bring her altitude up here, 11,000. And I'm talking to myself. There we go. Yeah, we're going to be just past it, but it's no biggie. No biggie. Outside shot here. See you guys, spoilers out. Alright, go ahead and start bringing some power back. And once we cross Siler, we're going to go ahead and slow down to 220. So we'll slow up to 220 and continue the approach. There's the airport up yonder. And there we go. That would do it. Alrighty. And I believe seatbelts are still in auto, so we don't have to worry about those. And actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and get my heading bug preset here. Probably do like 180. Actually, no, like 17 something should be fine. I'm going to go ahead and start slowing down to 220. Once we cross Siler, we'll go ahead and change it to heading mode, and then from there adjust our nav source for ILS and get ready to end this thing. I'm going to hold it about 60 some odd percent, and 1. Alright, getting close to crossing Siler. Once we cross Siler, we're going to make that downwind turn. Yep. I had to make that downwind turn. And we're also going to go ahead and bring our altitude down to 5,000 and Perfect. Perfect. Alrighty. 10,000 foot check. APU set, but yeah, we're not going to terminate APU right now. Alright, we're at another 1,000, so go ahead and turn the landing lights on. Got the seatbelt signs on. Armed. And we'll go ahead and set my nav source to VR localizer. Ident my localizer. Should be hearing it. So many bloody airports in the area. Oh my gosh, seriously? Seriously? Oh my gosh. Wow, okay. Wow. You know what? We're taking 3-5 today. Yeah, I see we're talking bloody wind change. Good grief. Good grief. I mean, honestly, I'll take a little bit of a tailwind component. As long as it's not too drastic. A little power there. Got quite a ways to go before we can make our base leg. Alright. We're capturing 6,000 feet. That's gonna be one hell of a tailwind, though. Goodness gracious. Blah. I don't want to do it, guys, but I think we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to go for probably like a left downwind for one of these runways here. Goodness gracious. Got a wind change and it's pretty drastic. So 6,000 feet is pretty good altitude. And we'll just this again. Can you give me right? One ain't right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna need one ain't right. Alright, so 111 90. Trying to watch my speed at the same time. 111 at 90. Alright, approach course 176. Goodness gracious. And it's about to be almost 4 o'clock. Holy smokes. Alright, so where airport is that? Okay, that's Dallas Love. We're way. A little bit further than what I want it to be. But I don't think we'll be fine. But it happens. It happens all the time. You know, you'll think, you know, you'll get your approach clearance, and once you get towards the once you get close and get in the terminal area, they'll flip it on you. Happens all the time. All right, let's go here, here, and what did I say? One ain't right. Undo all of this. We're past this point. One ain't left. There, one ain't right. Not saying I'm gonna be in transition, but just in case, I can kind of give me a little bit of representation. And our fuel is it's a little low. Yeah, we're gonna get rocked around a little bit. Gonna get rocked around a little bit. And I'd like to tighten up this downwind leg just a little bit. A little power. Alright, so basically what we did, we came in from the west, flew downwind, realized the winds flipped on us, so um, made a left-hand turn, flew further east, and then made another left turn back north to set us up for a left downwind. Could have been worse. Could have been freaking weather or something, and we had to hurt. That would have been pretty depressing. Not even gonna lie to you. Gonna be straight down the road with you. Would have been depressing. Alright, so 4,000. We're gonna do 3,000 feet. Verified altimeter setting. Throw it back in speed mode. I'll tell you what. Yeah, we'll keep her in speed mode. I was gonna throw it in vertical speed, but I think we'll be fine. I think she'll do what I want to do. Alright, what's our... Alright, cool. So looks like we've got our localizer there. And is our marker? Yep, marker is on. There we go. I screwed up a little bit. Alright, looks like we've got the ILS, so we'll turn that off. And we'll put it in vertical speed mode. Bring back the thrust just a little bit. Then we'll be crossing over, looks like Lake Lavon. I think it's Lavon. Louisville's over there. Alright. Go ahead and start my turn since we got such a elongated base. And use this turn to get rid of some of this excess energy I have. Bring down about 2,000 feet. Spoiler, because we're about to intercept the localizer and we're about to be kind of hot doing it, so let me... Alright, throttles are idle. One to go. Just want to get up under that glide slope. Just that heading a little bit. Arm that localizer. Alright, altitude cap. Waiting to capture the localizer, and yeah, but it's gonna overshoot it. It's gonna overshoot it, but that's cool. That's alright. Alright, slats. She's doing her best to try to recapture it. Go ahead and throw my flaps real quick. There's glass slope intercept. Gear down. And you know what? We're gonna go ahead and take control of this thing here. my gosh, I get the point. Okay. I did have that turned up a little loud. We're going to sidestep to 1-8 left. We're going to pretend the tower was... We're going to pretend the tower is pretty cool today. Alright, last notch flaps. 6 hours and 14 minutes.
1,000.
Nice and trimmed out. It's kind of gusty. Keep that power in.
500. 400. 300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
There we go. Alright, versus engaged. 60 knots. Versus out. Whew, we are done. Check my frames real quick. About 20. My figure's a lot of clouds out right now. Alright, now I get this airplane cleaned up. And turn on the reversers. Taxi the airplane. Strobe lights out. Go ahead and turn on the APU. Uh-oh. Come on, there we go. Alright. All in all, it's a pretty decent trip. As expected, I mean, I figured I was going to hit some weather in Louisiana, but wasn't nothing to delay us or anything. But all in all, I mean, we accomplished the mission, completed our 4 legs, and nobody died, so that's always good. Always good. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna do some editing and chop up the stream a little bit, and make it more palatable in case you missed it. Instead of having to watch what 6 hours of monotony. But yeah, basically, I mean, as far as the 8-hour day is concerned, I mean, we would probably, the crew would probably run maybe 2 more trips, and I mean, that's a full day. That's it's a full day. But even running half a day with 4 trips, I mean, that's you're moving. I mean, you're getting it. You're hitting the gates, deplaning. You're running. I mean, barely find time to eat. So, but this is a plane. This is the type of aircraft for it. Something that's simple to operate. At the same time, not overly complicated to make it inefficient, and something that'll get in there and run those cycles. So definitely check it out if you haven't got it. I think I got the link down there on the bottom. And oh, there we go. I got the link down there on the bottom. And as far as me, I am going to recuperate and drink a beer or something like that. So um, other than that, guys, it's been good. I appreciate those who've been checking on me. Oh man. And did I miss anything? Nope. Cool. All right, guys, that is it for me. Like I said, I enjoyed it. I had a blast, and look forward to doing it again. So until next time, make sure you guys take care of yourselves and each other.